Check. All right. What I'm talking about? Yes, it's your boy Ghambit, aka Tequila Daddy, aka Ghambit Poppy, aka Jose Rogan. It's the most lit radio show in the galaxy, most lit podcast in the galaxy. Treehouse Club Live. Yes, we are live. Oh my God, I just realized that my camera is super, here, let me fix this other camera, bro. This is bothering me. It's bothering me because it's so tilted. Normally I wouldn't give a shit and I'll just like run it. But this camera is so tilted, it's stupid. I think it might be low-key like leaning, right? I'm tripping. No, it's literally just angled funny. Goodness. That was gonna piss me off. Because I just don't like I don't like the ace non-symmetry or whatever. I don't like how that looked. But anyways, yeah, it's your boy Ghambit, Tequila Daddy, Agave Poppy, back for another episode, Treehouse Club Live, and this is gonna be a long stream. I might be on here for a few hours. I'm gonna be reacting to the internet. I might go till 5, 6 in the morning. This is gonna be a long one. Brace yourselves, prepare yourselves. This is not gonna be a short stream. This is gonna be a crash out stream. I might crash out today. You know, I've been trying to, I got my comfortable chair today. I've been trying to be very conscious in the energy that I put out. And, you know, just being very, just very aware, self-aware of the energy that I put out and just, you know, my walk with Christ, because all glory goes to the Most High, and I wouldn't have anything in my life if it wasn't for God, you know. And for those of y'all that know me, and those of y'all that are aware that, you know, I take my walk with God really serious. When I do things that I feel are ungodly and of this world, I repent. When I react to things in ways that I know are out of my character, I repent. I pray for everybody. You know, I pray for my enemies. I pray for people who wish bad upon me. If y'all in here, make sure you like the stream, man. Make sure you hit that like button. You know, I pray for my enemies. I pray for everybody. And the thing is, bro, like, I feel like the last week, the enemy's been tempting me. The enemy's been really attacking me. So I want to just start off this stream by saying a big fuck you to the devil. You know, and I'm sorry, God. I'm sorry for cursing. I'm sorry for the way I'm about to talk on the stream. I am allowing myself to speak my mind for one of the last times. This is one of the last times I'm going to do this. This is one of the last times I'm going to speak this way. I'm trying to walk with Christ. I'm trying to be a better man, and I'm trying to be a better disciple of God. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes, you know, I'm saved, I'm not soft. Know the difference. People think that because I'm a Christian man, I'm a man of faith, that all of a sudden they could try me. And that, by any means, is not the case. You know what I'm saying? That, by any means, is not the case. Because don't get it fucked up. Because you can still get fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And on so many levels, I've been, you know, tested. I've been, you know, people think they could bully me. People think they could talk to me any which way and talk online like they're fucking tough and they're these big Billy badasses. We're not doing it. That's out. You know what I'm saying? The days of you thinking that just because I'm a Christian man, that I'm some type of fucking, you know, like it's out. I'm sorry. Hate to break it to you. Hate to burst your little fucking stupid little bubble of stupidity, but that's out. You know what I mean? I'm always gonna be me. And today, you know, I got my Treehouse Club shirt on. I got my Fear of God hat on, cause you know what I'm saying. I'm definitely gonna need God on my side these next coming months. I got a lot going on. I got a lot of opportunities. I got a lot of blessings, and I just gotta maintain my path. You know what I mean? A lot of times the enemy will try to knock you off your path. A lot of times the enemy sees how blessed and highly favored you are, and he'll try and deviate you from what you're meant to do and your real calling. Shout out Junior number 9, man. What's good, Brody? And I'm just not gonna allow that. At the same time, I'm not gonna be allowing no fucking lies to be spread. This stream, I'm going to clear the air, and this is the last time I'll ever address any of this local ass bullshit. Any of this local 831 cornball, stupid, fucking degenerate bullshit. The last time. Because I'm sick of all these fucking people trying to test me, thinking that just because I'm walking with Christ that I'm just going to be cool with you guys just running around telling a bunch of fucking lies because you're on drugs or whatever the fuck you're going through. I don't got time or any more patience left in my heart. God has granted you guys all the grace in the world, but y'all keep fucking testing me and y'all keep fucking trying me. So okay, you guys poke the bear. You guys apparently want the bear to come out and see what the bear does. So I'm gonna fucking talk my shit, and I'm not gonna do this no more. Like, y'all will get no more of my energy. You will. So if you guys want to try and get at me for clout or any of this fucking stupid cornball shit that most of you local ass bums tend to do, don't think that you can get it from me, because it's not. I don't give two fucks about you. What you eat don't make me shit. I don't give two fucks. You can fall off the face of the earth tomorrow and I'm not gonna even realize, because I don't give two fucks about you. Any of you guys. You guys are all fucking bums. You know what I'm saying? You guys are all fucking bums. Any of you guys who talk shit about me that I don't even fucking care about, bro, I don't think about you guys. I'm too busy getting my life together. I'm too busy chasing my dreams. I'm too busy chasing God. I'm too busy planning out for my future wife. I'm too busy doing a bunch of positive shit that you guys are not doing. All you guys are doing is gossiping like little bitches worried about the wrong shit. And what pisses me off is that this is literally the reason why none of you fucking local ass 831 bums ever gonna blow up. None of you guys, none of you dick suckers ever going anywhere, because all of you guys are a bunch of fucking degenerate bums, and none none of you guys have any fucking motion because all you guys do is hate, dick suck, and worry about the wrong shit. Y'all are focused on the wrong shit. Y'all ain't focused on the prize. Y'all don't know how to work together. You hate on each other. You got a crab in the barrel mentality, and you're a bunch of fucking bums. Bums! All of y'all. All of y'all. And if you think I'm talking about you, I probably am. All of y'all. And don't think I'm not about to call out names, because I am. Like I said, it's a long stream. This is a long stream. I'm going to get to talk about Lefty. I'm going to get to talk about Tory Lanez. We're going to go down a whole rabbit hole. I'm going to be streaming for hours, y'all. Get comfortable. Get comfortable. It is 1:36 a.m. on the West Coast. Get comfortable. So y'all might have noticed that I don't have a couple co-hosts anymore. And that's because I don't reward disloyalty with loyalty. Let me say that again. I don't reward disloyalty with loyalty. If your loyalty to me is based off what I can do for you, that's not real loyalty. You were a crash out from the beginning, and I don't fuck with it. Ain't no hatred in my heart. It's more disappointment, and that's worse, I feel like. Because hatred, it means that in my heart, I care so much that it's like, no, but I have disappointment, which means that I don't fuck with it. I won't even look in that direction. Don't hit me for no favors, nothing. One guy fucking owes me something like $10,000. This fucking bum ass motherfucker comes in here. I gave him a platform. He tried to put me on one of his comedy shows. I asked him a million times, hey, and this is Bizzle. I'm gonna call his name out. Lemon Pepper Chicken. I'm gonna call his name out. Cause I was super cool with him. Dude owes me and my people's $10,000, something like that, something really close to it. And not only is he like completely lying and denying that he owes me anything, which is fucking bullshit. Bitch, you owe me $10,000. You at least owe me 6 to 8. Let's get it right. You blamed your roommate for stealing your money. My money. That you owe me, bitch. Then you're gonna lie to my face about it. That's beyond the fact. I have forgave him for that. I had been like, all right, new leaf. You invite me to perform on your set at your comedy show. This is you. Now there's this local Nickelodeon comedian named James Mina. He's a nice guy. Not funny to me. He's really corny, but he's a nice guy. I don't got no hate in my heart for him. You know what I'm saying? Clearly he's being lied to. Whatever. He's always just been an awkward weirdo with, you know, like I said, he's like Nickelodeon comedy. He's Nickelodeon funny. Like maybe if you're a fucking 10-year-old, you might find him funny. You know what I'm saying? But, his whole thing is they were throwing this comedy show at Heirloom Pizza. Lemon Pepper Chicken tells me for fucking like a month. For a month. Hey, I'm going to put you on the show. You're going to share stage time with me. And I kept asking him, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? I kept asking him all the way to, I showed up and I said, and I noticed the way people were reacting to me because James came up to me, he's like, hey, thanks for coming. Thanks for supporting. And I'm like, and I asked Bizzle, lemon pepper chicken, I asked him, hey, bro, are you sure that James Mina knows that I'm a Moroccan? He's all, don't even worry. This is my show. This is my show. You're sharing my stage time. And he would tell his homies that were performing, hey, he's going to share my stage time. And like, I had prepared a dope set, which is only like 2-3 minutes. It was like literally like 1.5 jokes. It was like 2 jokes, but it was like really like one big joke with a punchline. And his homies were like, damn, I don't think they're gonna like that, you know? But he's like, oh, it's my set, don't even trip, blah, blah, blah. This dude had like a 20-minute set. And up until the minute that before he went on stage, I'm like, bro, it seems like nobody's rocking with me going. Like, are you sure? He's like, bro, don't worry, it's my set. Right before he goes on stage, he tells me, all right, I'm gonna look at you. He's like, be ready. I'm going to go get the crowd warm up. I'm going to bring you on stage, and then you rock your little 2 minutes, and I'm going to come back up and finish. I was like, all right, cool. This dude rocks his whole set, comes off stage, and then tells me, man, hey, they didn't want me to let you rock. I didn't think nothing of it. I was like mad. I wasn't like mad. I was upset. I left church early. I was at a church event. I left church early. It was Good Friday, so I left church early to make it there, which I didn't want to do, but I did anyways. I waited. I got all excited. I was nervous. I had the nervous feeling of I'm about to perform. So, you know, in my heart, I was like, I'm about to perform. So, you know, the crowd was rocking. The crowd was warm. I knew I was about to kill it. And, you know, I'm like, Bizzle comes off stage and says, hey, they told me not to let you perform. So I was like, oh, what? I was like, what? All right, cool. Like, you know what I mean? He had like one of my chargers. I was like, yo, let me get the charger. I was upset, so I was like, I'm going home. So then when I dipped, I tagged Heirloom Pizza. I was like, man, they didn't let me perform at Heirloom Pizza after I was told I could perform. You know, they're gatekeeping me. I didn't think nothing of it. 4 or 5 days pass, you know, and then I had homies who like were upset about this. So my homies were like tagging James Mina because I'm telling them what Bizzle told me. Bizzle told me they didn't want to let you perform. This is what Bizzle told me. For the record, James Mina, hey, all you guys, Lemon Pepper Chicken told me you guys didn't want me to perform. He's lying to you. He never told me. I was sober that day. I haven't smoked weed in months. He was high. He was drunk. And I haven't smoked weed in months. I was sober that day. He told me to my face, they didn't want you to perform. He thinks that because maybe he was high and drunk, that maybe I was high and drunk, but I wasn't. You know what I'm saying? I had one White Claw, and then I don't smoke weed. So I was just nervous. So I had one White Claw to cool the nerves, you know? And he fucking lied to you guys. He lied to you guys, telling you that he never told me that. He's a fucking liar. Lemon Pepper Chicken is a fucking liar. And it hurts my heart because I gave you a platform. And you're a fucking liar. You're a fat, disgusting liar. But fat people lie. I don't trust fat people for the most part. You know, I'm sure there's a few good, heavy set people. But for the most part, I don't trust fat people because they lie. They lie about their diet. They lie about everything. Bro, fat people are the worst liars on earth. They lie to themselves in the mirror. So why wouldn't they lie to the rest of the world? You know what I'm saying? So Lemon Pepper Chicken is a fucking liar. He lied to James Mina and told him that he told me that he's the one. Because later he changed the narrative. No, I told you. I was like, you didn't tell me that. If you would have told me that right there, I would have been upset at you. I would have never even tagged Heirloom. But the fact that is, you came and then he's like, no, you just heard what you wanted to hear. No, bitch. I heard what you told me. You said they didn't want you to perform. You didn't say I. You didn't say, oh, you wasn't ready. You didn't say none of that shit. You said they didn't want you to perform. Not I don't think you were ready. Not any of that shit you try to pull later. James Mina, he was lying to you. And listen, I don't fuck with your Nickelodeon comedy. You're a cool guy, though. I really think you're a cool guy. You're great for the community. You're great for, I'm sure you could do comedy at middle schools and elementary schools, but he lied to you, James. He lied to you because he never told me that. He told me you guys, he put the blame on you guys. So I walked out, I tagged Heirloom Pizza and was like, yo, they didn't let me perform at Heirloom Live, whatever, and then was like, they're gatekeeping or whatever, and then I was talking about you, James Mina. It's because Lemon Pepper Chicken told me that, and he's fucking lying to you. He's a fat liar. Fat people lie. They lie about how much they eat. They lie to themselves in the mirror that they're gonna fix their life. He's a fat liar. Lemon Pepper Chicken, fat liar. He lied to himself here on this podcast. It was literally a podcast where I was like, he said he had one whole narrative about Whack 100. I was like, you just said this. He's like, I didn't say that. Literally on the same podcast, you can see him lying to himself and me on the same podcast. He's a fat liar. I don't trust fat people. I don't. I'm sorry. I'm a gym rat. I used to be a fat guy. When I was fat, I was a liar. I used to look myself in the mirror and fucking lie to myself. It happens all the time. I don't trust fat people. And Lemon Pepper Chicken, you are a fat liar. You lied to James Mina and told him that you told me that it was his decision. No. I was sober that day. You told me that it was their decision. You said they don't want you to perform. Even though you owe me $6,000 to $8,000, let's cut it down to $6,000. Let's say you owe me $6,000, which is more than that. You really owe me something like $8,000. But you owe me $6,000 and you have the audacity to try to play me like that? Nah. I've stopped people from going to your house and fucking you up in front of your fucking mom because I'm a different type of man now. I'm a man of God. People were pressing me about it. They're like, no, we got to go over there and prove a point. And I said, no, we can't. I'm a man of God now. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in violence. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in handling shit through violence. That's just not what I do. It's not how I live. I've saved your fucking ass. And you got the audacity to lie on me? And you got the audacity to lie to them fucking nerds that you hanging out with? And you're mad at me that my peoples is upset that you fucking played me? You kidding me? You fat piece of shit. What you need to do is run some fucking laps before you get diabetes and they gotta cut your fucking foot off. And I didn't want to have to do this. I didn't want to have to fucking even address this because Jesus said, turn the other cheek. You know what I'm saying? But I see all the slights and all that bullshit, and I see all that shit. Bitch, I see you looking at my Facebook fucking shit. I blocked you on Facebook, on Instagram. But I see you on Facebook looking at my fucking stories because you know what the fuck you're up to. And you know you trying to pull that stupid corny shit with them corny ass motherfuckers, bro. You can fool them. You're not fooling me. I mean, you can't. You literally are a fucking liar. You're literally lying. You literally lied. You told me to my face, bro, that you said they don't want you to perform. They wasn't cool with you performing. That's what you told me. I prepared my set. I was rehearsing. I was nervous. I had the whole nervous feeling. I hate that. I hate that I was nervous for all that shit for no reason. And I hate that I left church early. Because church makes me feel great. I don't know about y'all, but when I'm at church, it's the only time I'm really at peace. You know what I mean? Because I really am a man of God, man. Listen, and right now, you might be like, man, how's this guy a man of God, right? Because this is a crash out stream. I'm going to be streaming for hours. But I really am. I really am. Nothing makes me happier than my walk with Christ. Every week, I look forward to Sunday. Because I know Sunday I get to recharge. Thursday, I purposely go and serve on other days just to get a recharge on my battery, just to get that feeling of godliness in my heart again. I go serve extra days just to be around people of God. It's like, sometimes I go to youth night just to get the word. I know, even though it's like sometimes there's a small disconnect because it's like younger people, and the youth pastor's like 20 years younger than me. But sometimes I go just to get the word. He's like 15 years younger than me, right? But sometimes I go just to get that word, because sometimes I just need that word, and I just need to be in the presence of God and the Holy Spirit, and that to me is like nothing. This is why I know God's on my side. I repented before doing this because I knew I was about to crash out, and I knew I was about to violate some people, but I purposely repented before doing this stream because I knew I was about to crash out. Lisandra Echavarria. What's up, Lisandra? But, by the grace of God, they remove certain pieces from around you in order to replace. God will replace. He does a replacing job. He put Oompa in my circle. He put Lucky Luciano in my circle. He brought Junior. Me and Junior had fallen out. He brought me and Junior back together. And through Junior, I got this great job. My boss is a super dope person. Like, I got one of the dopest bosses I could have ever asked for. You know what I'm saying? Gives me opportunities, believes in me, and just thinks that, and I've been having a lot of beautiful, wonderful people be put in my life and replacing all the fucking old shit that just wasn't meant for me. You know what I mean? Like, people, every time I would do a stream with Fat Pepper Chicken, I would always, people would be like, damn, that guy's kind of boring. He doesn't say nothing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the last one we did was pretty funny. But it's because he's been doing stand-up comedy, right? So he's been getting a little funnier, but he doesn't really say much. And his fucking takes are trash. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're so trash. And he couldn't stand, whenever I would debate with him, he couldn't stand it because I would always cook him in debates because he's so fucking fat and stupid and slow. And you can't lie your way out of a debate. You can't just lie when I could just Google some information and make sure that he, verify what he's saying is the truth. You know what I mean? But again, I'm gonna say this one more time. James Mina. Again, I don't fuck with your Nickelodeon comedy. You're a good dude though. Really good dude. I think you're great. I think for what you do, you know what I mean? You could probably be in the next Spy Kids movie or the next host of Blue's Clues. You know what I mean? But Lemon Pepper Chicken was lying to you. He definitely blamed you guys for me not being able to perform that day. That's why my peoples crashed out on you. That's why you had my manager being like, yo, my manager was gonna drive, and I told him, I told him, I said, don't make the drive. I sense the energy, and I don't know, it's just kind of off. I keep having to ask. If I keep having to ask, are you sure I'm cool to perform? Are you sure I'm cool to perform? I keep having to ask. And I told him, like, I don't know. I wouldn't show up, you know? My manager was going to drive from 3.5 hours away to come and support me because he gives a fuck. Imagine if he would have done that shit, if we would have drove. I've invited hella people from locally. Some of them who wish pulled up. And then didn't get to see me perform at 3 minutes. James Mina, it was Lemon Pepper Chicken who fucking lied to you. I have no reason. I haven't smoked weed in fucking months. I had one White Claw that day. He lied. He told me they don't want you to perform. They didn't want you. They wasn't feeling the idea of you performing. You know what I mean? Then he tried to say, no, I said I didn't think you were ready to perform. I said, bro, you didn't even use the words think you're ready. You know what I mean? And the fact that he owes me, right? He owes me, like, again, I'll say he owes me $6,000. And I told him, I said, you owe me money. And he says, I don't know you no money. I was like, what the fuck? Feel like I'm taking crazy pills here. But again, this is what fat people do. This is why I don't trust fat people. I didn't trust myself. I almost killed myself when I was fat. So why would I trust fat people? I was a fucking liar. I would look in the mirror and lie to myself when I was fat. I was on drugs. I was fat. I was drinking fucking shitty beer every day. Not shitty beer, expensive beer. I don't trust fat people. You know what I mean? Now, it was one thing if you're fat and trying to, like, change that. And one thing if you're fat and then taking down, you know, doing comedy shows for a whole fucking pizza and taking down the whole pizza. It's a difference. If you're on the stream right now, do me a favor. Please do me a favor. Just hit the like button. Help us get in the algorithm. Hit that like button. This is a crash out stream. I gotta address all these, like, local people who I used to fuck with before I move on. And I promise you I'm gonna get to the Lefty Gunplay thing. I'm going to get to the I'm gonna talk about a little bit about Tory Lanez. I'm gonna talk about Ye spending $100 million on an album. I promise you, I'm gonna get to all them topics. I'm gonna go react to everything on No Jumper, on academics, and say cheese, per usual. You know what I mean? And then there's this debate that Lush did with Viral Way that I want to react to, and give my take on a lot of shit. You know, I love Lush, but sometimes he be saying, you know. It's like he be giving pseudo intellectual takes, but I fuck with my bro and I love him, but I feel like I would you know. Usually I'm like, man, like, he's losing this debate. I've been watching him debate and I'm like, this motherfucker is losing the debate. But yeah, bro. So that's why Lemon Pepper Chicken ain't been here. You know, that he's out. The last blunt is fucking done. That was the last blunt. The last blunt that we did was the last one. You know what I mean? And I'm not doing that show. You know, I got more complaints than I did compliments. You know what I'm saying? He was like boring. Like it was like boring, bro. And his jokes was like all like based off of like hyperbole and fucking reactionary, horny, you know, it was like. And again, I'm not like really into that type of shit, you know, like the overly horny jokes and like the overly like blatant disrespect of women. It's just not funny to me. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, if you gotta use like fucking shock value for humor, it's just not really You know, the Andrew Dice Clay days are done. You know what I'm saying? Andrew Dice Clay is pretty sure he's dead, right? He passed away already. That's just done. Now my other co-host, I'm not gonna name him. I don't want him to come back and try to do reactionary content on me and get clout. And you know, me and him been through a lot. I still consider him a brother, but even brothers I could cut off. You know, even family members I could cut off and not talk to. There's only so many times I'm going to allow myself to be disrespected publicly and treated like an enemy, and where you go around and slander my name to a bunch of people like it doesn't come back to me, and then me just still be too cool taking you back, because then I keep looking goofy. You know what I mean? I keep looking goofy, being cool to somebody who I gave a platform to. You know, I did it in music, I did it in all that, and then, you know, I would have been cool with us having a debate, heated debate, you walking off, even if you disrespected me. I get it, you were emotional because you lost the debate, you walked off stream, but then you went home and treated me like a op, crashed out. I don't know if you was on drugs or drunk or whatever the fuck, but whatever the hell you did afterwards spoke to your true character. Because again, if what I do for you is the reason for your loyalty, you was never loyal to begin with, and I don't respect that. You know what I mean? I don't respect that. If you were my friend, you're my friend regardless of if we argue, and then, you know what I mean? I don't feel like no lines were crossed where it's like we can't come back from this. You literally called me and apologized the next day. But it was like a backhanded apology because you were like trying to put it on me to like have me apologize, where I was like, we're in a debate. And just because I'm going to stand firm on my faith, because God comes first. And just because you don't feel God comes first don't mean that God doesn't come first for me. Like, I'm sorry. And the way that you were talking was, you're being a heretic, and you were being sacrilegious. You were saying wild shit that in my beliefs is wild. And I could have debates. I've had respectful debates with atheists, Muslims, Hindus, agnostics, and none of them took it to where you took it, which is cool though, because in a debate it gets heated, especially if you're losing like you were. And we had a debate, you got mad, you walked off screen, you called me a bitch when you were already over there and leaving, and you left calling me a bitch, whatever, it's cool. You know what I mean? You're in your emotions, you're an emotional dude, I get it. I'm not mad. I wasn't mad. I was like praying for you. I was like, man, like he's emotional. He's upset. I hope you don't, crash or nothing bad happens to him on the way home because he's so worked up. I pray for you. Now, where I have a problem is where you go home and say I'm this and you would have done this and that and making these crazy, weird threats that it's like, bro, you were in front of me. You were right here. You were right here. You went over there and then started calling me a bitch, and then you left calling me a bitch. You know what I'm saying? And that was stupid. That's where I was like, oh, okay. This dude wants to portray himself to be tough to the internet, but you're my friend. You're supposed to be my brother, and you're trying to portray yourself to be my op, and that was weird. That's fucking weird. We could agree to disagree. We could have a heated debate and then wake up the next day with a clear mind and be like, yo, this is how I feel. This is where we're at with it. And instead, you had a whole crash out disrespecting me. And then for coming weeks, you had a whole crash out disrespecting me. And you did your own shit, and I was getting all these screenshots and screen grabs and videos of you fucking talking shit about me. It's weird. It's fucking weird. It's weird, because guess what? I didn't give a fuck about anything. I didn't care about one thing that you said. I didn't think about you. I didn't think about nothing. Promised you. I was focused on doing what I had to do and maintaining my channel. Quite to the contrary, we have a dope channel, a show with Oompa. Me and Oompa's show, the Let's Talk About It podcast, super interesting. We got these hot girls that'll come on some shows. We got comedians that come on the show. We've got random people that come on the show. We got great guests. We got great motion. Not every show is super successful, but it's just a great show. And it's a great watch. I get a lot of compliments on Let's Talk About It podcast. I can literally turn that other podcast into just I would swear, and I'm not going to use that name. That name's out. Keep it. Go do your own shit with it. I'm going to do a podcast called The Treehouse Conspiracies, where I break down different conspiracy theories, and it's going to be less of a podcast and more of a, little small 5 to 10 minute segments of me doing a little spiel into the camera, showing images and all that shit. It'll be an edited video that I turn into shorts. That's what I'm going to turn that into. I don't need no weird guy here that's like gonna fucking be disloyal, go out trying to slander my name when things don't work out the way they do. You already showed me this in you before. You've done this in our friendship. You've done this before more than 4 or 5 times, bro. So this is why I was hesitant to bring you back, because I already knew what it was, and I'm like, this guy's only my friend because I've got a platform and he wants to use this platform in order to fucking do his shit. And the minute that it was like a test, let's see if he's still my friend if I don't let him back. And you weren't. You literally proved my point. You failed the test. You became a whole ass op. You were supposed to be my friend. But apparently I'm only your friend if I could do something for you. And that's just not the way it works. Not with me. Oompa could buy his own shit. Oompa could start his own podcast. Oompa has successful lives on Instagram by himself. He don't need me. He enjoys the podcast. This is why we do the podcast together. He comes over. It's like the Adam and Wack show. When I watch the Adam and Wack show, it reminds me so much of the dynamic that me and Oompa have. Because me and Oompa talk shit to each other. We have a whole ass good time. It's super fun. Whether we drink or not, we have a good time. Every time we do our podcast, it's super lit. I have a blast doing the podcast with him. You know, we debate, we get into heated arguments, and afterwards we're just like, man, that shit was fun. You know what I mean? He's like, man, that shit was funny, and he'll roast me. He'll talk so much shit to me, and I'll talk shit to him, and we never take it personal. And once the camera's cut off, you know what I mean? We hug it up. I wish him well. I hope he gets home. I tell him always get home safe, bro. All that shit, and you know what I mean? And he like offers me shit without needing to. He'll be like, yo, are you gonna host this show for me or this and this? Like, he gives me opportunity. He didn't have to do that. 03 Greedo, he didn't have to let me host, but he let me host. Where can I see these podcasts? They're on the channel. You can see if you go to the tab that says podcast. I have other podcasts on there. I don't just have this Treehouse Club Live one. I have Treehouse Club Live. I have 2 other ones that we don't do anymore, and then I have the Let's Talk About It podcast with my homie Oompa. Those are sick. We have like OnlyFans models that come in here. We have comedians that come up in here, and we have a blast. We talk shit. The last one was with the dude named Ray Martinez. It's a local comedian, which is funny. But yeah. So, and also what we're not gonna do is try and spin the narrative that I wasn't the dude doing 99% of the hard work when it came to all them shows in Watsonville. First off, I am the one that was the sole proprietor and the sole controller of anything Hip Hop for Hope. Me and my homie Gino from the youth center. There's this fake narrative getting pushed around that somebody else was. No. This dude was scared to trap. He was scared to trap with me to raise money to get these shows cracking. I was literally trapping to raise the money to bring Royalty and Chris Renee and who else are we bringing to town? Fucking Beza, who actually got cleared from the charges. Everybody thought that he was a weirdo and a PDF, but he actually got cleared from the charges, for the record. We got to say that publicly. But I'm the one that raised that money. Nobody else. Nobody else raised that money. I did. Nobody else had the connections to those guys. Nobody else had connections to the city council members. I used to go to city council meetings. I used to sit in meetings with the city manager, urging him to let us open the venue. Finally, we got the okay to start building a venue. I am the guy who hired my friend Brooke from the Catalyst, who is the house manager from the Catalyst, to come down and help me. I have a fucking notebook around here somewhere that is the fucking floor plan for the stage that was built at the Appleton. I think I heard somebody told me that they took it down and then Brooke took his equipment back because Abe didn't pay for it. You know what I mean? Abe Novin. He's the owner of the Appleton before he sold it to the Mexicans who run it now. Now it's the fucking paisa spot again. Can't have nothing nice in Watsonville without it getting turned into a taqueria with degeneracy. That fucking lame Danny Vaz just did a show there with like 20 people in his own city. He talked so much shit, I thought he could have it popping. Bro, you did a show in your own city in fucking, and this is the last time I'm gonna address your lame ass too. You did a show in your own city, and brought you did it at a fucking brewery. And if it wasn't for Kabwasa bringing fucking 40 people, you brought 10, he brought 40. Y'all had 50 people in a motherfucking small brewery in Watsonville. It's pretty embarrassing. A local show that we threw had like 200 people or 150, I think we did. You know what I'm saying? We're different. We're different animals. I'm sorry. But what we're not gonna do is lie online saying that you fucking you didn't do shit. I didn't have no help. The only help I had, you might have like helped me put up posters and hand out flyers. If anything, I had a fight with city council that I was associated with y'all. Let's talk about it. That's why we lost the Appleton, and that's why we lost Hip Hop for Hope. I had a fight. You know what I mean? And if I'm really keeping it a band, y'all try to sabotage Hip Hop for Hope. That last Hip Hop for Hope, y'all try to show up and cause problems. Let's talk about it. Motherfuckers want to see you do good until you're doing better than them. Or when they're watching from the sidelines, they got all the fucking criticisms. I'm sorry. But at what point do I gotta keep letting you be a terrible friend and backstab me and do weird shit, going around slandering my name? At what point do I gotta be like, you know what? I'm not gonna be angry at you. I'm just disappointed, and I'm gonna walk away. At what point? I'm not even angry.
Hey guys, it's Dave.
I'm disappointed.
Today's clean.
I'm a little angry at Fat Pepper Chicken.
Covering beets.
You know what I mean? Lame. I'm gonna call him Lame Pepper Chicken.
Beets, golden beets.
Lame Pepper Chicken. Definitely. Definitely mad. Because I fucking hate fat people.
So that's what
you know what I'm saying? And I let that fat ass come in here and sit on my podcast and fucking be cool with me, even though he owes me fucking $8,000. And then you're gonna try and lie on my name and say that you were the drunk high guy. You were drunk and smoked like 20 blunts of stress weed to the face. So we're not gonna do that. What we're not gonna do is that. Because I was pretty sober that day. I had one White Claw, and I don't smoke weed no more. When y'all see me hitting the vape, it's a geek bar. So Lame Pepper Chicken, you're a fucking weirdo and a liar. You're a fat liar. And you know, like I said, I'm a man of God. So my other co-host from that conspiracy podcast, I'm gonna grant him grace. Because I don't want nothing bad happen to him. I don't. But I don't need no negative energy around me. No bad energy around me. That shit blocks your blessings. When you got people in your circumference that are really praying on your downfall and are like waiting for you to slip up, and the minute that you can't do something for them, test everybody. Test everybody. You want to see how loyal motherfuckers are? Tell them no. Tell them no. And see how they react. See how they treat you. I told that dude no once, and he turned into a whole crash out, disrespecting me to people, trying to slander my name, trying to get people to fucking, trying to like rally people against me. This is a podcast. Nobody in the streets gives a fuck about us. Huh? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. That's weirdo shit. Focus on your life. Go find God. You don't know God. Just the way that you've been acting, just the way you've been talking about me, just the way that you've been crashing out, you definitely don't know God, and you got to go find him. Because only he's going to fix your life, and only he's going to make you better. Only he's going to heal you. Only he's going to give you peace. Talking about, the God and the devil love me, and I'm using God and the devil. How'd that work out for you? And you know, it breaks my heart. You know what I mean? It does. It really does, bro. It hurts me to know, when people disrespect me, who I'm like fighting for. I'm over here like rallying for them. And when I'm hearing that they're out there disrespecting me or talking crazy about me, I'm like, what? Nah. I almost don't want to believe it. But it's happened so many times with this guy. This is not the first time. This is not a new thing. It's happened so many times with this guy, I have no choice. You know what I'm saying?
You want to remember, keep that tail intact, and preferably about an inch of the stem, because what that does is it locks in the nutrients and it keeps.
Where they say, one time, shame on me, shame on you, 2 times, shame on me. Bro, we're talking about 4 or 5 times. You know what I mean? And this is on the heels of me trying to like give you Bibles, pray for you. I'm praying for you at church. You're praying on my downfall. We different. I'm praying that you find peace. You're praying that I fucking fall. We're different. Even now, I'm praying for you, brother. Huh. We different. So you could believe in your little pseudo-intellect religion bullshit? Cool, bro. Cool. Let me know how that works out in 10 years. You told me how it was going to work out in 1 year. Shit. Let me know how it works out in the next 2 months. How's it worked out in the last 2 months? How? Disrespecting my faith is cool. It's cool. I deal with it all the time. That's why they say that the entrance to heaven is narrow and the entrance to hell is wide. It's cool. I'm not really tripping. I'm just disappointed. But again, that disappointment don't mean I'm mad. I love you. I'll pray for you. But I'm just not interested in your services. I'm not interested in, you know what I mean? I tested you by telling you no. If I test you by telling you no and you crash out, you go around slandering my name and all that shit, oh, you was never my friend to begin with. Bam. Thanks for weaning yourself out. Congratulations. You played yourself. I need to put that on the soundboard. You know, and again, it goes back to this mentality. I really don't blame him. I blame the fact that he's from here. You know, I am a unicorn in this area because I think different. I'm networking with my homies in LA. I don't even really talk to people around here. There's a few cool rappers that I'm like, yo, you guys are talented. A few guys doing podcasting. I'm like, these guys are talented. But most of these guys are cornballs. You know what I'm saying? You know, like I look at James Mina and I'm like, all right, you funny? If you're watching like Nickelodeon, you can do like stand up on Nickelodeon. But which is good, really technical if you think about it. The young people, that's a big market. Lame pepper chicken, you're fat. And you're a liar. It's gonna catch up to you though. It all catches up. Nobody, you know, no transgression goes unpaid. You gotta pay your toll eventually. You know what I mean? But But you don't get a lie on my name without me speaking on it. I'm definitely not going to let you do that. I'm not going to let your fat ass just go around saying he thinks that no. I know what you said because I was sober that day. You lied. Just like you're fat. You're a fat liar. And you lied to me that day because you said that James Mina, well, you said they. I'm not going to say you specifically said James Mina, but you said they wasn't really feeling me letting you rock. You know what I mean? Along those lines. And then you try to lie 5 days later and say, oh, well, you told me I was hearing what I wanted to hear. Why would I want to hear that? Idiot. People can watch back all these podcasts and see me mark you out so many fucking times. I marked you out so much, and every podcast that we've done here, I remember one time you were so mad you didn't even want to talk by the end because you're a moron. You're a moron. And you were just saying shit for shock value, not using logic. I was like, well, I'm speaking on facts. When I'm on camera, I like speaking on facts. I'm not a moron. You were saying that. What were you saying? You saying something about like.
She knows I'm a man.
I don't want to have to go back and react to it because I don't want to give people. I don't want to give Lame Pepper Chicken any more clout than he already has got. You know what I mean? That I've already given him. But I've cooked you on so many debates because you're a fat liar. You just be blatantly lying, and that's just not gonna work here, fat ass. What you need to do is run on a fucking treadmill. Probably shouldn't use a treadmill because your knees will go out by the time you finally lose all that fat weight. Jump on a fucking bike, lose some fucking weight, stop eating a fucking 10 pizzas a day and fucking 10 boxes of chicken and 30 fucking burgers. And I promise you might lose some weight. Fat ass. Fix your fucking life, bitch. And I already knew I was gonna do this whole crash out stream, and I was gonna fucking talk about everything that was on my mind. But so I had to repent. I'd ask God for forgiveness because I am a man of God, but I'm also a man of principle, and I don't like when people be fucking lying. I hate liars. Will Bill said, fool, go to sleep, fool. This is a long stream, brother. I'm going to be on to like 6, 7 in the morning today. I don't work tomorrow, so all I got to do tomorrow is go to the gym, and then I got a podcast late in the evening. But I'm not going to sleep until like 5 or 6. Well, this is a long stream. I still got to react to Lefty Gunplay. I got to react to the Tory Lanez dude who stabbed him. I gotta react. You know, there's a few things I want to react to, like some shoes. There's like an academic stream. I'm gonna be streaming all night. I'm gonna be sipping, but I have to just, before I go into that whole shit, I gotta like address a couple things from here in the 831 before I do that. Just hit that like button though. Do me a favor, while Will Bill, hit that like button. Show me some love. Let's get me activated in the algorithm. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, like, again, I don't trust fat people, especially fat people who are lazy. And, you know, because most of them lie, bro. They look in the mirror every day and they fucking lie to themselves. So why wouldn't they fucking lie on me? Lying on me is diabolical. Diabolical. You know, and you know, and this whole other shit with my co-hosts, like my other co-hosts, like You're just blatantly lying. Saying you did all them shows, all that. Show me receipts. Because I got receipts. I got emails. I got plenty threads of emails where I'm communicating with these artists and getting them booked. I've paid them. I've walked into fucking, I think it was Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and paid them, dropped the deposits in their actual bank accounts of money that I trapped to get. This happened 10 years ago. I could talk about it. I trapped to get that money. I trapped to put these shows together. These guys didn't put shit together. I did. So before y'all fucking believe or follow any narrative, I'm the one who was really raising that money, putting real trap money behind all that shit that got all these kids off the streets. We had a Santa Claus. We had all this face painting, live, all this other shit that we did. Everybody fell in line because I was the one putting shit together, and it was a good cause. It was really a good cause. We raised meals for the homeless. I donated a bunch of money. After I covered all my costs, I donated a bunch of money to the city, donated a bunch of money to the food bank, and we raised fucking like in those few years that we did this shit, we raised something like 10,000 meals, bro. I got an award for it. You didn't get an award. Let's talk about it. So quit fucking lying. You could have just made it as simple as to say I was part of that, which you were. You were part of that. You definitely helped me promote it for the first few years. The last year, for whatever reason, we had a fallout, and you decided to choose up on the wrong side, you know, and you chose up on the wrong side. Y'all showed up to try to sabotage the event, which is fucking weird, because it was a positive event that we was doing. You showed up to try to sabotage the event, and it didn't go your way. End of the day, it was me. My money, my resources. I designed the flyer. I designed the logos. I designed everything. I did all the groundwork, did all the videos, did all the fucking connections, did all the meetings with the city. It was really me and my homie Gino. Shout out my brother Gino, man. Gino Brigado, Watsonville. It was really me and him. Now he does an event every year called Nerdville. Super lit. Y'all go support that. Nerdville in Watsonville. It's like a Comic-Con, but for Watsonville, which is super dope though. It's really successful, and I love that for him. They've invited me to be part of their panel, to do a panel on like Star Wars or some shit. You know what I mean? Because I'm a Star Wars nerd. And I'm with that. I'm down. But, you know, this is why I'm saying, like, it's a lot more than just, oh, I did it. It's easy to take credit for some shit, but can you prove it? Besides the pictures? Because I got pictures, too. I got more pictures. I got news articles. You know what I mean? I got emails from different news publications. I got emails from artists. I have email threads of me negotiating with artists. You know what I'm saying? It's really easy to just try and take credit for some shit you didn't do.
Shopping for your beads, here's what you need to know. All beads have a root, that's the bottom, the bulb, and the leaves. Ideally, if you can find your beads with the leaves still attached to the root, this is a very good thing.
Shout out my boy Cal P, but I wish you wouldn't have put this on this beat because this is so stupid. It's like, we get it, bro. A beat, a root, I get it, bro.
She knows I'm a man.
So yeah, let me go back. So this Appleton shit, right? So me and my homie Brooke, who's the house manager of the Catalyst, we built this venue for Afghani dude named Abe Novin. Abe Novin bought this building called the Appleton. It was worth $1.9 million. And he decided to build a restaurant in the bottom floor, which was a dope idea. But he had this dope, beautiful ballroom, and he put me in charge. Like, he hired me to be like the promoter there, right? Because I was like, man, this is a dope room. Let me throw some shows there. One day I went in there to just to eat, and I was like, bro, this room right here could be done something. So I built a relationship with him. And anybody in the city could have fucking done this, for the record. Anybody in the city could have fucking done this. I'm the one that decided to, good night, Lysandra. I'm the one in the city that decided to go in there and actually help do something with it. I got hired there as their promoter, promoting all their food or whatever the fuck they had going on. And I eventually convinced him to build a music venue. We started building it. I got Gary Ty, who was the dude who helped build the Catalyst, involved. Good friend of mine. Me and Gary Ty. Gary Ty gave him the idea to build a sports bar on the opposite side. Boom. Do a wall of TVs, do a little bar, all that shit. Gary Ty was in charge of that. I was in charge of building the actual venue. I got Brooke involved. Me and Brooke, I sketched out a sketch, bro. I have a fucking sketch in one of these notebooks that I have here in my house, in my apartment. I have this sketch of the stage at the Appleton, and we built the Appleton stage, built out the sound system with the sound booth and all that shit. It was super lit. Boom. We allow this lame ass white boy named Jay Blaze, super cornball, probably one of the corniest rappers to ever come out the 831, like bottom three. Like, you know, when I say, I don't want to say top three because he's at the bottom, right? So one of the worst rappers to ever come out the 831 is this white boy named Jay Blaze, right? Jewish dude, had Jewish money. He bro, he's so corny. He used his bar mitzvah money that he had saved up, and he bought a buzz down, what's that shit called? A tennis chain at where did I get this ring at? At Highline Jewelry, right? Spent his money at Highline Jewelry in the Bay Area to do this video with Filthy Rich, and they filmed this video in Seaside at the Hilltop Projects, right? I think that's what it's called. It's like a project. It's at the Hilltop, and at the PJs. So this dude, for whatever reason, thinks he's cool, and he went up there and he gets jumped and jacked for his jewelry. They tell Filthy, hey, Filthy, you're good to sit here and do your parts. They let Filthy alone. Filthy had all his jewelry on. They jumped this fool Jay Blaze, jacked him for his jewelry, let Filthy Rich go out and do his thing. And Filthy Rich, boom, he did his thing. He got his verse out the way. So if you notice, if you watch this video with Jay Blaze and Filthy Rich, you'll notice that Jay Blaze was not in the shot with Filthy Rich when he was in the projects. And so he had this like bust down chain. He got jacked for it. Everybody knew this though. Like going into it, I had a lot of homies. I have a lot of homies from Seaside. Everybody knew this was gonna happen. Jay Blaze is a fucking cornball. So, fast forward, boom, I built this venue. We had a few successful shows. We did a show with the homie Coolio the Underdog. It was successful. It was cool. Dope show. One of the last shows that Happy got to do. One of the last shows that Flesh got to do. Rest in peace, Flesh. Free Happy. And that was like, there's a dope picture that I took of Flesh and Happy performing together at that show. It was super sick. And so then they also, boom, this bum ass weirdo Jay Blaze decides he wants to book HD of Bareface, which no problem with that. HD of Bareface was popping at the time. So we're like, all right, we're cool. But where Jay Blaze fucked up is he booked like fucking 10 openers from the Bay Area, different cities, didn't do no fucking due diligence on checking where they were from or whatever, just brought them all to Watsonville, knowing the politics in Watsonville is a little different, right? The reason we had success with all the other shows is because we did our shows, but we moved politically correct for Watsonville. You know, so I even booked a punk show, super lit punk show, you know what I mean, with the homie Buffalo. Super successful, big ass show, poppin'. Then we do this HD of Bareface show. It was pretty lit. It like had a lot of people there, but the crowd was super mixy. You know, you can't bring Bay Area guys down here and expect them to, unless you in a big venue with like crazy security like the Catalyst or whatever. Like Bay Area people and people from the Central Coast, they don't always mix right. You know what I mean? Because the politics is different. So if you put politics, you involve gang politics, you put people from the Bay Area, you bring them down to the fucking Watsonville, you're obviously gonna have a off-brand mix of people, and it's just never gonna work. So a big fight broke out. One dude from the Bay got beat within inches of his life. Like, I literally watched this dude, and it's because he disrespected a girl. Like, this dude from the Bay started, like, he grabbed the girl, started dancing on her, and she's like, what the fuck? She pushed him. It's like, what the fuck? And then this dude disrespected her by calling her the B word. You know what I mean? And then, like I don't know, whatever the fuck they had back and forth. The homies heard that. They moved on, dude. They didn't think about it. They didn't think twice. That dude got his ass whooped. He got packed out. And the crazy shit is, all his homies left him. He's with a group of people. All his homies left him to get his ass packed out right there in the middle of the dance floor. And I just remember the fucking security guard had a gun, didn't do nothing. He kept spraying spray into like the group of people. They didn't do shit. That dude that disrespected the homie's girl got his ass, bro. Like, he laid on the ground for like minutes after they were like let him go. They finally broke it up. I thought he was dead, bro, because it was like a like kind of like a little bit of like it was like a bunch of blood everywhere, and he was lying face down. I was like, damn, this dude's dead. I'm like, we're done. We're cooked. You know, I just witnessed a fucking murder. I was like, what? So I see this dude start moving. I was like, oh my God, thank God. You know, I was like, oh my God, like. So he starts moving and he gets up, bro, and his face looked crazy. This dude's face looked crazy. His face looked like a fist. You know what I'm saying? His face looked like a ball of clay, gang. It was insane how bad this dude got beat. You know what I mean? It looked like a bloody fist. Like his face was fucked up. You know what I mean? Boom, my laptop went missing. You know, all this shit, you know, because these guys from Salinas, well-known group of guys, good group of dudes, but they were upset that they had paid Jay Blaze, but I'm just a booking agent, right? I'm the booking agent. I'm in charge of making sure the date's on, making sure we had security, all that shit, but the actual promoter was another. There's a booking agent, there's a promoter. I'm the booking agent for the venue. He's the promoter. He's in charge of the show. If he takes your money to open, that's him. That's the promoter. I'm just a booking agent. I'm just the guy at the venue in charge of scribbling your name in on the date, getting you locked in, all that. So they were mad at me. I don't know who took my shit, but in the middle of the whole melee and fracas, my laptop got jacked. But while in the middle of everything, they go outside, the fight ensues again outside, and all of a sudden, pa, 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 gunshots get let off, and that was the end of that. No more shows at the Appleton, especially rap shows. Stupid. From that point on, I was like, I'm never dealing with rap music again. I remember making this post, like, I fucking hate rappers, never dealing with rap music again, and Happy posting on it like, man, it wasn't even rappers, bro. It was like those guys were disrespecting the homie's girl and all that. I'm like, man, I wasn't even trying to hear that. I'm like, man, like, it doesn't matter, because it really didn't matter. It was like that degenerate shit fucked up the venue. We lost the venue. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the reason is. Doesn't matter if who started it. None of that. None of that matters, because that's it. You know what I mean? That's it. We're done. We can't throw shows here no more. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? So yeah. So there you go. So I'm the one that built that venue. Nobody else. Nobody else helped me besides my homie Brooke at the Catalyst. And what ended up happening was that dude Buffalo, you know, in respect to him, because I know he was just doing what he wanted to do, but he ended up taking over the venue that I built. You know what I mean? After it just I hate that. Like, people take over and take credit for what you do, and you know what I mean. Like, you know, you didn't help. It's like people who wasn't even with you shooting in the gym, all of a sudden trying to take. You know, it's like. It's because my legacy got stained because of that rap show right there. And that's why I don't fuck with that dude Jay Blaze. He's a fucking cornball. Cornball. Jay Blaze does not have a good name in the 831. Biggest cornball ever. biggest cornball ever. Used his fucking childhood bar mitzvah savings to buy a chain, to buy a fucking tennis chain at Highline Jewelry, only to get jacked by doing a video with Filthy Rich at the Hilltop Projects in Seaside. Fucking hilarious. And then you're nowhere to be found. These guys from Salinas are looking for their money back. All that shit. Nowhere to be found. You just disappear because you're a fucking pussy. You're a pussy. And a clown. Fucking cornball. But anyways, that's what happened. That's why we lost to Appleton. And now you got dudes like Danny Vag going in there bringing 20 people. And for the record, your own homie was making fun of you. Thomas Sims, yeah, he was making fun of you. Central Coast Slaps, making fun of you. He was laughing that you had a shitty drawing. You had a shitty draw. And what's crazy is this fucking cornball Thomas Sims. Thomas, like, we're supposed to be on the same team. Why are you treating me like a op? Is it because you and Danny Vag have like a secret sexual relationship? I'm not gonna like him. You know what I mean? And the fact that you went and tried to smut my name up to Big Dave and try to like talk bad about me to all these other people in our own circle is weird. You're a fucking cornball for that with the little Jufro. And trying to talk down on me. Like, I've owned 4 businesses since I was fucking 20. Like, bro, like my niece who's in high school has a Croc Charms business that's successful, bro. That's just really not a flex for me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just because you might as well start a dildo business or a butt plug business where you buy butt plugs for $1 and resell them for $5. It'd be the same shit. It'd be the same shit. You pretty much own a glorified butt plug business, Thomas Sims. And the fact that you have the audacity to disrespect me and try to be cool to my face is fucking weirder. That's weird. That's weird. You're a fucking weirdo for that. You're a throw rocks and hide your hand type of weirdo, and I don't respect that. Cause most of you, most people like you, they normally don't get caught doing that, but you got caught. You know what I mean? You got caught throwing rocks and hiding your hand. I just happened to see your little Jufro hiding in the fucking bushes. You know what I mean? And I really don't care if you respect me or not, because you're a fucking cornball. You're a real cornball. And you're lucky that when you sat here and were taking your little slighted comments, that I had a lot of respect for Junior, because Junior told me to not fucking do nothing and not disrespect you and all that shit. But you're a fucking cornball. You're a cornball. And the fact that y'all didn't show up or even promote the 03 Greedo show in Salinas lets me know everything I gotta know. You're in your own little, you know, you got a bunch of friends that you guys all pussy bump together, and that's your guys' shit. You know what I mean? There's your guys' team, and then there's Junior's team. You know what I mean? And Junior's gonna realize soon enough. You know what I mean? He's got a lot of love for you. Junior has a lot of respect for you, and you guys really, what it really is that y'all do a lot for him. You know what I mean? But it's not, like, don't think that I don't see that y'all are just working out of, you think that you can, you know, take somebody's place or be, you know what I mean? I don't know why I'm a threat to you. I don't do the same shit that you do. I don't sell crock charms. My niece does. My high school, she's about to graduate on Thursday. She's got a very successful crock charms business, by the way. For the record, if you guys want crock charms, you literally just go look them up on DHgate or on Alibaba.com. You can find them for like $1 a piece. All the crock charms in the world. You know what I mean? Or you go down to downtown LA and find them, find a plug down there for like, you really could find them. If you get the right plug, you can get them for like 15 to 25 cents a piece. You don't got to go and pay this fucking Jufro having fucking bum a few dollars. You can literally go and find them for like DHgate, Alibaba.com. You can find them on there, and you could buy your own crock charms. You don't really, and Crocs are really going to be out soon. You know what I mean? So that's just going to fail. Eventually that's just going to fall off, right? But again, I don't. Bro, I don't even fucking think about you. But the fact that you going around trying to slander my name to people in our own circle lets me know what kind of shit you on, bro. You would throw a rock, hide your hand, ass fucking Jufro having fucking pussy. And if we're gonna be in each other's presence, you were crying that you didn't want to see me at this show and that show. And that's why I know God's on my side, because y'all had to cancel that show because y'all didn't have the motion. Your little fucking group of pussies and all that shit that you guys do and all that cornball shit that you do wasn't big enough to bring the boy into fucking Salinas. Y'all had to cancel that show. How many tickets sold? And this was y'all promoting it. You specifically asked Junior, make sure he does it. I can't stand. I don't know if I could take Ghambit for being it. Like, cool. I didn't show up. I wasn't gonna show up. I had plans that day to get my duck sick. You know what I mean? I wasn't going to show up that day. I had already planned it. I'm like, I don't want to be... You're corny, bro. You're a corny white guy. I like... Anybody that knows me knows I can't stand corny white guys. You're like the corniest white guy. The whole time you was here, I was cringing. Because you're corny as hell, bro. For the record, we laugh at you, you know what I mean? Because you're corny. We don't laugh at you because you're funny. We laugh at you because you're corny. You know what I mean? And I don't really fuck with you trying to play big dog games. You must not know the 48 laws of power and the art of war. You move too quickly. You're a little too ambitious. You really thought that you know what I mean? You moved too quickly. You're supposed to strike and watch the sheep scatter when it's like at the right time. You didn't do it. Too early. You struck way too early. Read more, bitch. And don't try to shake my hand either, because I'm not going to shake your hand, because I don't like you. I could be cordial around you out of respect to Junior. I'm not gonna shake your hand though. Please don't try to shake my hand. Don't force me to like leave you hanging, because I'm not gonna shake your hand. I'm not. But anyways, fuck that guy. Fuck Danny Vag and his 20 fans. Bro, Danny Vag, you just got your sponsor. You convinced the guy who gives you those East Lake sweaters to buy 10 tickets so you could raffle off. Is pathetic. Bro, you're at a brewery. I thought you had motion. How you got 30,000 fans? Let's do the math. 30,000 fans, right? 10% of 30,000 is what? Let's do the math. Oh, you guys are such fucking liars. This is how I know you guys fake your numbers. This is how I know. 30,000 times 10% equals 3,000. Bro, your turnover rate should be 10%. Any artist with real motion, their turnover rate is 10%. You should be able to fill out the main room in the Catalyst. That's 1,500 people. They might push it to 1,100, right? You should be able to put 1,100 people in the main room of the Catalyst. Your turnover rate should be 3,000. Bro, 1% of your fucking audience is 300 people. You couldn't even do 1% of your Instagram audience in a fucking brewery in the same neighborhood that you're from. Now you're having to give away tickets, asking your sponsor to buy tickets to give away to bring an extra fucking 10 people to a brewery that holds about fucking 50 people in Prunedale. The math ain't mathing, Danny Vag. The math is not mathing. And I know that it's fake because you had to do a whole video explaining that we did this. You look autistic. We did this with your. We did this off of no paid promotion. And why would you even mention paid promotion? Fans don't know what paid promotion is, and paid promo ain't bad. That lets me know that you paid for them views. On the Lord you did. And what's also crazy is I know something about you. I know so much about you, Danny Veg. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to go there with me. I know some nuclear bombs that you don't want me to tell the world. Because guess what? I will tell the world. I'll clip this and then put it on Instagram and pay for it to hit 100,000 views. You don't want to go there with me, Danny Vag. Oh, shit. And here's a free one. I know for a fact you're a rat because you snitched. You were telling my homie's mother, oh, you know he sells drugs. Oh, you know he does this. Oh, you know he does that to get his money. What kind of fucking weirdo are you? You're a fucking bum. Huh? Why do you gotta hate on others to try and get yourself ahead? Now you're dick sucking us to try and get on shows. Get your money up, and we might let you on shows. Get your money up, and we might let you on the show. You fucking weirdo. You can't bring 300 fans? That's 1% of your turnaround. That's 1% of your fans, bitch. Anyways, I'm going to take a small bathroom break, but I want to play this for y'all because I filmed this in Long Beach. I did a dope trip to Long Beach with my homie TF Third, who y'all might see on No Jumper from time to time. Yeah, I want y'all to check this out. I will be back in, I just gotta go to the bathroom, but Let me know what y'all think, man. This is fire right here. Vibe, we in the east side, man. East side, east side, yeah.
Yeah, look, right there. Where's that? What is that? Right there. Raymond, right there, over there. Avenue Street, Cambodia Town. Straight.
What's good, man? Treehouse Club Live. I'm here with my boy Tab Third.
Yes, sir. We in the east side. We over here at VIP, legendary. Everything happens. We also in the middle of the east side of Long Beach. So let's go to VIP. Oh, come on, man. Let's go.
Welcome to the world famous VIP Records here in the great city of Long Beach on the east side. Been on the block for 45 years now. This pull up right here kind of shows some of the history of it. That's the day that we recorded Dog or What's My Name video. This was the first time that Biggie came to the store. He actually on this day was just hanging out with Craig Mack because you know Craig Mack was the original face of Bad Boy. So right after that we got sued for the name. You had to change it to Notorious VIP. The week that Warren dropped the Regulate project, VIP, the name got started in 67 in South Central. This was store number 8. We already had stores in Compton, Inglewood, LA, for a while in Pasadena, stuff like that. The first store was in South Central in 1967. A lot of history. Our store in LA on Crenshaw was the first to ever sell a rap record on the West Coast, period. So we know Sugar Hill Gang is not the first rap group, but when you think of across America and around the world, they the first. We were the first to sell them on the West Coast in 1977, and after we actually made the first rap record ever recorded on the West Coast, which was by Disco Daddy and Captain Rapper, called the Gigolo. This is the first ever Ice-T record that we recorded.
Okay, talk to him, Bill. What the magic happened?
Yeah, man. So, was fortunate enough or blessed, really, to get another studio sponsored by Gideon.
Okay.
Yeah, he made all this happen except him and his sponsor.
Tres generaciones.
That's right, man.
This is dope. You know, it's like one-stop shop. We got history, we got music, and we make music.
Yeah.
Come get your stuff right. All right, thank you, brother. Thank you for being recorded.
Big shout out to Treehouse Club Live for stopping through the world famous VIP Records and paying us a visit. One big family. Welcome all anytime.
Hey, appreciate you, bro. Vibe, we in the east side, man. East side, east side, yeah.
Yeah, look, right there. Where's that? What is that? Right there. Raymond, right there, over there. Avenue Street, Cambodia Town. Straight.
What's good, man? Treehouse Club Live. I'm here with my boy Tab Third.
Yes, sir. We in the east side. We over here at VIP, legendary. Everything happens. We also in the middle of the east side of Long Beach. So let's go to VIP. Oh, come on, man. Let's go.
Welcome to the world famous VIP Records.
All right. So that was that. It's fire. Dope little vlog we did out in Long Beach with my bro TF. That was fun. I honestly, that was fun because at that point I hadn't really got away from the house much, you know what I mean? So it was good to just get out the house and then, you know, just go kick it out in Long Beach for a minute with my bro. Good vibes. We got to meet the owner, Kelvin, is one of the owners of VIP Records. He's actually the owner of the Long Beach location. Like you heard him say, they got several locations, but he was the one in charge of the Long Beach location where a lot of there was the most historic one that really a West Coast hip hop landmark, you know, that y'all seen in a plethora of historic West Coast videos. Super dope, great time. God bless them. I wish them nothing but success. So let's get into the news, man. I'm done ranting about all them fucking dudes, and I'm done. I'm over it. You know what I mean? I'm over it. We done ranting about that bullshit. I already fucked them dudes up. If you are in this room, please, if you're in the live, bro, show me some love. Please just hit that like button. We got a few people in here. Just hit that like button, man. Help us get, thank you. Help us get caught up in the algorithm. Help us get caught up in the algorithm. Get more people in here. So we're going to react to some of this news that's been going on. Look at me, bro. I'm a beast, bro. Look how fat I used to be, bro. I used to be a fat piece of shit. This is why I say that lame pepper chicken dude. Lame. Look at this dude. This dude can never. Listen, bro. Let's go see what's in the news, what's been going on, what's been going on, you know what I mean? Been a few things, I know for sure. This one's weird right here, bro. I ain't gonna lie, this one disappointed me right here. Congratulations to Travis Hunter and Leanna Lene. Getting married, he surprised her with the brand new Mercedes-Benz. If y'all don't know, Travis Hunter, Heisman Trophy winner, very talented football player, college football player. Had a girl who he's been dating who's like low-key like a gold digger. And has all the typical symptoms of that which you would associate with a gold digger. And it's really sad because bro is a successful college athlete and, you know, has a bright future ahead of him. And we see it, but he's young. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Oh my God. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Like, how do you not got friends to tell you, bruh? She's clearly a shitty person. And they refuse to sign an NDA. Sorry, not NDA. What do you call that shit? A prenup. I'm guessing she's the one that refused it, right? Oh, what's going on here? She's the one that refused it. Oh man, what, did we lose our Bluetooth connection? Am I tripping? Okay, it goes back. Bruh. Hold on, I know what I gotta do. I gotta go back to this, let it play. Alright, cool. Yeah. That's sad, man. Let's pray for Travis Hunter, man. Pray for Travis Hunter, man.
And also, am I a cuck myself?
Look at this guy.
I want to say yes and no.
Okay.
Because, and I'll explain. Do I like watching my girl getting fucked by other dudes? No. But I've had so many situations as to where my bitch has got, you know what I'm saying? Like, a nigga has fucked or like took my girl from me. So it's like, at a certain point, it's like, am I good? It keeps happening.
Well,
that's my whole statement.
But I think you have to like enjoy it, or I mean, for you, it feels like these girls you rap about that if they fuck another dude, that's basically like you're mad. That's the end of the relationship, or at least close to it.
Yes, but if it keeps happening, and I keep going back to the same girl, it's like at a certain point.
My biggest problem with Dave Blunt's
start holding myself accountable. It's like, bruh.
Is that
I guess I'm a cuck.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I feel like.
Hold on, let me make sure I can play this, and this is gonna play. All right, so my biggest problem, I think, with Dave
cuckism in hip hop right now,
Dave Blunt's is that
and Ye.
And also,
my biggest problem with Dave Blunt's, bro, is that he is it's the same problem that I used to have with Lizzo, right? And I'm glad Lizzo finally decided to take Ozempic and act like she's really doing something.
Are you nuts?
But it's like you're not healthy, bro. You're not healthy. You keep going to the hospital because you're a fat piece of shit. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that you're a piece of shit like you're a terrible human, but you're a fat piece of shit. You are kind of a terrible human because you're trying to normalize this whole like being unhealthy is cool and living in your truth. No, this is unhealthy, and thinking that kids could be this unhealthy and promoting this to children and thinking that this is cool is not cool. This is not cool, guys. This guy needs to be bullied into losing weight. I'm sorry, but this is not healthy. Promoting this to our children is not healthy. You are fat, you're unhealthy, you are not changing your life, you are eating an exuberant amount of food. I promise you, you're spending the price of a Cuban link on food a week. I would put my hard-earned money on that. I would put my hard-earned money, all my podcast equipment and everything that this guy Dave Blunt's is spending the same amount of a bust down diamond Cuban link on food in a week. And we see him with the fucking little thing on his nose, and he's got air going in his lungs, and he's on a couch, and oh my God, he's so brave. He's sitting on a couch and rapping to an audience. No, that's pathetic. That's sad, and we should not be promoting this degeneracy. There's nothing tight about it. You know, like Ye, obviously, like Ye, whatever, bro. Ye's got a good heart. He's gonna be like, yeah, let's get this fat kid over here. And the minute that he's done with him, he's gonna discard him. But what I'm saying is, this is not healthy. This is not good. This is just as dangerous as promoting drill music to our youth. Promoting this fat degeneracy is just as unhealthy as promoting violent music to our youth. You're making it, you're normalizing like living in your truth as a fat person, but then somehow you're gonna shame people who are talking about their real life experiences growing up in the ghetto. That's weird. That's weird. This is not good. This is not healthy. This is dangerous, and this is dangerous propaganda that we're allowing being pushed to young people. This is why I did not ever fuck with Lizzo. I think that the whole body positivity is cool, but yo, now look at what happened. She lost a little weight. She started to talk shit about fat people on out. Listen, I already know what it is. Wait till Lizzo gets her little fucking surgery, cutting off all that shit, and then gets her little BBL done. I promise you, she's gonna be singing a whole different tune. I promise you. So this is not healthy. It's not tight. Dave Blunts. You want the girls to quit cheating on you and you having to go back to the same fat chick or ugly chick or mid-grade chick? Lose some fucking weight. You want to quit being sad? And this advice goes to Rod Wave too. Rod Wave, Dave Blunts. You guys want to quit being sad? Lose some fucking weight. Go to the fucking gym. Jump on a treadmill. You can't jump on a treadmill. I don't know if you can even jump. But go on a bike. Go on maybe an elliptical. I don't know. But do something. Walk around. Walk around. Put your heart rate up 30 minutes a day. Stop eating like you were livestock, and you might be good. I can't guarantee it. I'm not no doctor, but I'm sure, you know. I'm sure it might work out for you. But this is not healthy. You should not be doing no jumper interviews with an oxygen tube in your nose, talking about you consider yourself a cuck because you keep going back to the same girls that are cheating on you. You keep going back to the same girls that are cheating on you because you got no choice. You don't have no choice. People are listening to your music because they feel bad for you. Let that sink in. This is not healthy. We should not be promoting this degeneracy to the future children of America. We should not be doing that. This is not cool. Nothing is tight about this. This guy should be ashamed. I swear. And I don't, I'm not trying to be mean and all that shit, but I don't believe in, because I've been not here. Lord help me. I've never been here, but I was 300 pounds. I had to literally tell myself, bro, quit being sad, pathetic. Nobody's coming to save you. You gotta save yourself. Quit being a little bitch. Get to the gym. Go every day. I haven't stopped going to the gym. I'm obsessed with going to the gym. I'm obsessed with my journey with God. Two things I'm obsessed with. This guy needs to find God, and he needs to find a fucking gym. And quit eating like livestock. And I don't mean like you're eating a cow, but you probably are eating a cow. So quit eating livestock and quit eating like livestock. So quit eating like 50 pounds of food a day. I'm telling you this, I could guarantee, bro, this dude's food a week costs more. He's paying a Cuban link. If he were to just stop eating the way he does, I bet you he could buy a Cuban link a week. That's not healthy for your mental or your physical. There's no way that could be healthy. Let's see what else we got. Oh, let's listen to this. So this is Tory Lanez. This is Tory Lanez suspected assailant right here.
It took place between you and Tory Lanez that day that you stabbed him allegedly.
Okay. That day, nothing much took place that day. Everything led up to that day, but that day I just came out in the morning to tell him, good morning, and I told him what's up. Give him a little fist bump, ask him if everything is good. We had a little situation the night before and the day before.
So what was the situation the night before and the day before?
So I heard some rumors that he was trying to put money on my head. He felt uncomfortable living next to him, said I was a threat. So I confronted him. And then I found out the same thing. He tried to put money on my head, so he said I put money on his head. We had a little discussion or whatever. So the next morning, that night, he said some kind of crazy. So
what exactly took place between you and Tory Lanez that day that you stabbed him allegedly?
Okay. That day, nothing much took place that day. Everything led up to that day, but that day I just came out in the morning to tell him, good morning, and I told him what's up. Give him a little fist bump, ask him if everything is good. We had a little situation the night before and the day before.
So what was the situation the night before and the day before?
So I heard some rumors that he was trying to put money on my head. He felt uncomfortable living next to him.
What exactly took place between you and Tory Lanez that day that you stabbed him allegedly?
Okay. That day, nothing much took place that day. Everything led up to that day, but that day I just came out in the morning to tell him, good morning, and I told him what's up. Give him a little fist bump, ask him if everything is good. We had a little situation the night before and the day before.
So what was the situation the night before and the day before?
So I heard some rumors that he was trying to put money on my head. He felt uncomfortable living next to him, said I was a threat. So I confronted him. And then I found out the same thing. He tried to put money on my head, so he said I put money on his head. We had a little discussion or whatever. So the next morning, that night, he said some kind of crazy. So
what exactly took place between you?
And when I felt like a sting in my leg, I felt like, oh, he stabbed me. So I moved back and I kept stabbing more. And I seen that he threw something, so I was like, oh, this bad. So I just kept going. After he was yelling, help, screaming, please help me.
Like, why would he throw, if you're stabbing him, why would he throw his tool to stab you? That don't make no sense, you weirdo.
I just keep him working that fake protection.
And for the record, this guy's a fucking pedophile. This dude's in prison because he shot his 13-year-old girlfriend. He's 20-something years old. He shot his 13-year-old girlfriend. 13-year-old girlfriend. His girlfriend ran away from her house in Pomona to where he was at, which is in like Victorville or one of them crazy podunk fucking valley cities, and was living with him. They got in a dispute and he killed her, shot her in the head. He's a deplorable piece of shit. So we shouldn't believe anything that this piece of shit is saying.
And then I just let him go. Like, I was saying, like, man, you trying to kill me?
What were you guys like? I know why, but why would he pick you out of all people to want to put money on your head? Well, what was the beef exactly about?
It was really no beef. He just talked a lot. And I had confronted him a while back about always saying certain around me, like, I'll take a fade. fuck. I'll put through place. And to me, I feel like the second, third time hearing that in conversation, I was like, man, what you trying to say? So I approached him and told him like, what's up? Like, and when I felt like a sting in my leg, I felt like, oh, just go, I'll come into your cell, we'll do whatever, like, let's play this game then. Because I felt like he was kind of antagonizing me, like testing me, like if someone was afraid or something. We were cool in the beginning. We were cool for like a year. We chilled, kicked it together, everything. They did.
Oh, they're not on that type of prison yard, Rochelle.
Okay.
No. They got like little fractions, but she was more like he was different. He started kicking it with certain people, you know. And when we started doing that, that's kind of when we had our little misunderstandings and we stopped talking as much. But we were neighbors for a while. I've been knowing him for about 2 years already.
Okay. And during the situation when you and him grew a friendship?
Yeah, we were cool. We chilled, we ate, we drank, we partied, kicked it. Yeah, we were good.
How much did the guy tell you?
Just go, I'll come into your cell, we'll do whatever, like, let's play this game then. Because I felt like he was kind of antagonizing me, like testing me, like if someone was afraid or something. We were cool in the beginning. We were cool for like a year. We chilled.
You that he paid to have you killed to get off the yard.
Oh, he said double whatever I was offering, but I never made that offer. That's what I never understand. He said that someone told him I offered people money to get rid of him. So he said he would give that person double and some dope and stuff. But truth be told, I never offered no money. Like, why would I offer somebody something I could do? It didn't make sense. But once he yelled and made threats and I'll have you killed and, you know, have a run up to your cell, all that comments and I felt like, all right, you threatened my life.
This guy's a weirdo.
And that's what happened the next morning. I asked him, are we cool? He said, yeah, it's cool. And when I went to my cell, he followed me. And like I told you earlier.
Do you have any regrets of stabbing him?
Regrets?
You that he paid to have you killed to get off the yard.
Yeah.
Because you stabbed him 14 times.
Yeah. I know that. I wish I could do certain things over, you know, but at the end of the day, I mean, I felt like he threatened my life. So, I mean, I can't. Those actions felt necessary to me at the time, like the whole, in the moment, him coming to my cells, you know, grabbing me, walking like, nah, I felt like, nah, it's fit. So I can't say I regret taking a stand for myself. No, not at all. I mean, I feel remorseful in a sense because it really didn't have to go that far, but I mean, he made his decisions and I made mine.
Did he end up having a weapon on him?
I mean, obviously I got a stab mark in my leg and we're both going to the hole. I mean, they didn't find shit.
Because you stabbed him 14 times.
Yeah. I know that. I wish I could do certain things over, you know, but at the end of the day, I mean, I felt like he threatened my life. No weapons either. I don't understand that part.
But, okay, so no weapons were found from him, only from you.
No weapon was the weapon I was using wasn't found either. There was no weapons found.
Where'd it go?
That's what in the video it shows me putting it on the floor. That's what they were asking me. I don't know. Nobody was around. It was just me and him on the tier. There wasn't in no day room. Nobody was standing next to us. It was just me and him.
That's why he's lying.
And who saved him?
I let him go. I picked him up.
The girl who's interviewing him missed that because there's a part that's not right here, right? Or earlier where it showed where he says that he took off on him because he was smirking at his homies and he was making like faces at his homies But he said that there was nobody on the tier. He said there was nobody there. It was just him and him. They were just alone. So that's why he doesn't understand. So like, what this is what I'm saying. Like, how does this fucking dumb PDF? How, bro? How? Like, you clearly, you're lying. you're blatantly lying because you said that he was smirking at his homies, and then he was like reaching in his pocket, so that's why you took off on him, and then now you're saying that there was nobody on the tier. What?
Slammed him on the floor and kind of kicked the back of his butt with my foot, like pushed him, let him run away.
And did he run away, or did he crawl away, or how did he get away?
He ran, screaming. He had no weapons either. I don't understand that part.
But okay,
so then how'd you get stabbed?
Only from you.
No weapon was the weapon I was using wasn't found either. There was no weapons found.
Where'd it go?
That's what in the video it shows me putting it on the floor. That's what they were asking me. I don't know. Nobody was around. It was just me and him on the tier.
But you literally said it at the beginning that he was smirking at his homies. How? How was he smirking at his homies if nobody was on the tier but you and him? You fucking lying bitch. You fucking pedophile. This dude's a PDF. Like, how do we even believe in this guy? This guy's a fucking weirdo, bro. He had a 13-year-old girlfriend, shot her in the head because they had a fucking dispute. This guy's a bum. We shouldn't even be believing this guy. It's fucking weird. Weird. Free Tory, man. Free Tory. Apparently they moved him to a different prison. Glad to hear that. What's this right here? OnlyFans owners in talks to sell investor group at about $8 billion value, sources say. I don't know. $8 billion? I feel like it's worth a lot more than that, but porn is going to be the death of us, bro. Porn is so bad for society. I be having these conversations on Clubhouse all the time. Like, men are getting weirder and weirder, and porn is like at the heart of it all, bro. Papu says Remy Ma is bisexual and that he caught her in bed with another woman. Oh man, this is getting so messy.
I try to be intimate. I'm keeping it 100 with you. I try to be intimate with her, and she came in the bed with me. She slipped out of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, okay. She go this after she do that. She go back to sleep in the room with homegirl this particular night. I said something is fishy here. I said I ain't no rocket scientist, but this ain't add up. You feel me? So I said, damn, something wrong, something ain't right here. So one time, I had to go do something. I had to go handle some business. So I go handle business. I come back in the crib. It's a big-ass crib. And they got like a long walkway to get to our bedroom. It's like a long walkway, and then on the other side is the other rooms. So I come in the crib. As soon as I walk in, I look down towards our bedroom. I see my daughter in our room by herself. Time I try to be intimate. I'm keeping it 100 with you. I try to be intimate. I say, yo, what the heck? Where the hell she at? So I go up the other side, and when I tell you this is a big cliff, so it's a long walkway. I go to the other side, I go in the room. She in the bed. I don't see homegirl though. It's like she booked it or something when I came. But I see a whole plate peanuts, cashew, all these type of raisins all laid out. But my daughter in the room by herself. So I said, yo, why the baby in the room by herself? She made some bullshit excuse. Extreme liar. You never seen a liar like this in your life. I said, where homegirl at? She didn't even answer that. It was just like a weird answer. I pushed past that. Moving on along. I hate to say this, y'all. I hate to say this. I said, yo, what the heck? What else? But you want to know why she started having so much animosity towards me? Because I ended up finding out the truth, y'all. And I'm not saying this because it's a bad thing, but I'm saying this because, and when I say not a bad thing, because I don't judge people who live that lifestyle. But she has done a lot of bashing towards people who live that lifestyle and talk so bad about them and say so many foul things about them that it hurted her so bad that I knew the truth. So on another day, I caught her with this individual in our house while my daughter was on the bed with them. Ended up catching it. Now, this individual is a female. But you want to know why she started having so much animosity towards me? Because I ended up nothing to her. I don't put my hands on females. Y'all want to know what I did? I told the individual, I said, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I'm going to be honest. I didn't put my hands on her because I'm not going to do that. I don't hit women. But I told her to get out. I said, get the fuck out. Because I felt very disrespected that took place in my house while my daughter was right there on the bed. And you know what she did? Blamed me. Said it wasn't true. So I can't do nothing to her. I don't put my hands on females. Like my ears deceive me, my eyes deceive me. Which goes back to what I was telling y'all earlier. She's the type of person who will say something to you, and 10 to 5 minutes later, she'll say, I didn't say that. Straight bipolar. Straight bipolar. Was diagnosed with it. So ever since I caught that, she resented me. She had a lot of animosity towards me because I knew the truth. My ears deceived me. My eyes deceived me. Which goes back to what I was telling y'all earlier. She's the type of person who will say something to you, and 10 to 5 minutes later, she'll say, I didn't say that. Straight bipolar. Straight bipolar.
So apparently this dude walked in on Remy Ma and him, Remy Ma and another girl in his crib, and his baby was in the room. But like, you know, like I don't think that's really relevant, right? At this point, y'all just being messy and like making like putting all your guys' business out there. It's like stupid. It's stupid. Because all the extra semantics, all that shit, that don't even matter, bro. What happened? Y'all don't agree with it. Y'all split up or whatever. I think the really core, what everybody else is looking at, is the fact that Easy the Block Captain was able to pull her. She spent Christmas with Easy the Block Captain. That was fucking weird. Just that whole shit. That's all that really people are looking for. They don't give a fuck about all this extra shit. At this point, y'all are getting messy. All the shit with her saying, oh, I paid for this and I paid for that. Like, bitch, you were with him all throughout the duration of all that. And you were cool with all this. You caught him cheating, all this. Look at it. If you didn't bring it up at the beginning, it didn't even matter. You're going to bring it up later. That shit don't matter. If you have problems that you're going to bring up later, it's just like in a relationship, like, right? When people split up And then the girl's like, oh, he had a little dick, and oh, he had this, and he was a fucking alcoholic, and all. Like, you wasn't complaining when you was with him. His little dick was big enough for you to suck all them years. You know what I mean? Like, it just like, you know what I mean? You gotta take this type of shit with a grain of salt. Like, okay, you caught her and getting her box eaten by a woman. Like, all right, you know, this shit happens. Get over it, Pap. You know what I mean? Nobody cares. That's not the type of shit. If you got some like groundbreaking shit, you know, I think the shit with like you writing her raps, okay, cool, because that means that like, yo, you was holding down the household by writing her music that was bringing financials into the shit. Okay, that's groundbreaking evidence. You walking in on her getting her box eaten out by some fucking random fucking dyke from the Bronx. We don't care. I really don't care. I really don't care. Because, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter if she's cheating on you with a woman or a man. She's cheating on you, bro. It really doesn't matter. The fact that you got to make a big deal of it, that she was like this and that, and you know, what was more fucked up is that your baby was, you know, in that situation, and that's the fucked up part, whether that was a guy or a girl, you know what I mean? But the fact that it was a guy or a girl, we don't care, Pap. What we care about is the fact that, you know what I mean? All the other shit. The fact that she's like trying to shit on you, saying that you're broke, and you know you were a partner in United Masters or whatever. That's what we care about. We don't care about this all this other shit, all this little like small little micro shit. We're more invested in the macro issues, because everybody looked at y'all like, man, you held her down while you was in prison and all that shit. But all the macro issues that are coming up, that's what we care about. When she says, oh, you were, I was paying all the bills, but then we find out, damn, you were writing all her raps. And all of her bill money was coming from her raps. That's what we care about. I mean, we really shouldn't care about these fucking issues with like celebrities anyways, to be honest. But we do. You know what I mean? But we do. But all this extra shit, trying to like shame her for being in a relationship with a lesbian, man. Listen, both of y'all was cheating, and you know what I mean, by the gospel, man, ain't no sin greater than the other, bro. Ain't no sin greater than the other. What's this right here? Bro, I swear they're just trying to cook this dude. Hotel manager testifies that Diddy's room required deep cleaning and regular air freshening. Bro, if your hotel is not deep cleaning and air freshening regularly, what the fuck? I hate that they're using like this, like Diddy's rooms. Again, let me read this headline. Hotel manager testifies that Diddy's rooms require deep cleaning and regular air freshening during his stay. Duh! All rooms require that. I promise you. When I was in Nashville or Memphis and I had a girl come over, I promise you they required air freshening and deep cleaning every time. Because I'm doing my thing. You know what I'm talking about? I hate that like this is how is this like all of a sudden like this is just like bro, y'all should be mad if you are staying in a hotel and they didn't deep clean and use air freshener before you went in that mother. You know what I mean? Or am I tripping? Y'all, at this point, man, listen. It really seems like Diddy's gonna beat this shit. And I'm mad. You know, I stopped going on Chatter because I went on Chatter and everybody was thinking that I'm some type of Diddy apologist. Like I'm apologizing because, I think it's cool that Diddy beat Cassie. No, I actually think Diddy's a terrible person. But I personally think that one, Diddy's not guilty of sex trafficking. Two, that the government doesn't give a fuck about sex trafficking. There's many children that are missing every year they don't give a fuck about. But somehow you're going to convince me that the government cares about Diddy? You're stupid. You're stupid. You guys on Chatter are stupid. Y'all are easily fooled by the fucking system. Y'all are being played. How? Because it's really easy to look at the it's really easy to look at the narrative and be like, okay, I'm gonna just follow suit. But no, I'm sorry. Y'all have just posted a bunch of shit and a bunch of evidence proving that Diddy is a domestic violence demon. He's a terrible boyfriend. He's a terrible lover. He's a terrible, I really don't even think he's a terrible father, but he's a terrible all that other shit. Right? But when it comes to being a sex trafficker, Diddy's not a sex trafficker. The fuck? Why does he have to sex traffic? He gets girls to he doesn't need to do much. You know what I mean? If that's the case, every man with money is a sex trafficker. It's weird. It's really weird. Y'all gotta fix that shit. It's bullshit. This is a headline. Look at what look at what the prosecution is really. Hotel manager testifies that Diddy's rooms require deep cleaning and regular air freshening during the stay. Bro, my hotel rooms require deep cleaning and air freshening during my stay. Because if I'm in your city and I find a fine ass girl, I'm clapping cheeks and they need deep cleaning and air freshening. In my heyday, I'm a new man. I'm saved by God. But I'm talking about when I was trapping and moving around this country and I was in cities like Memphis and Nashville, I promise you definitely needed a deep cleaning and air freshening during my stay. I'm just saying, this is regular. How is this evidence? Duh! I hope even if you don't clap cheeks, even if you ain't doing no freak offs, I hope that every hotel that I stay in needs a deep cleaning and regular air freshening. I don't care if you staying for a night. Every hotel should require a deep cleaning and air freshening. The fact that this is a headline because it came out in court is diabolical. Stupid. I hate this. Listen, I don't think that Diddy's a good dude at all. I've always said he's a weirdo. I've always said he's a fucking weirdo. But the way that y'all are pushing it, it's like y'all are falling into the trick bag. Now, I hate that for y'all. I hate that for y'all. I hate that for y'all. I hate that because a lot of people are falling into the trick bag thinking that, oh my God, I seen Cassie get her ass beat and all that. Bro, Cassie was paying these escorts. Cassie was literally complicit in providing services and finding and coercing escorts. Like, what are we talking about? If you guys are being consistent, you gotta be consistent with Cassie. You know what I mean? You gotta be consistent with her. Everybody that was watching, all of Diddy's security guards, everybody. Not just Diddy because you hate him. Not just Diddy because you hate him. A lot of y'all are too small-minded and don't see the bigger picture. Because y'all are like, y'all see that video of her getting beat, which is terrible, right? I'm an uncle. I used to be a husband. And like, I'm a son. I don't like to see that shit. Was triggering for me because I hate to see women being mistreated. Is he a bad husband or yes? Is he a bad lover? Yes. Is he a bad? We could say maybe he might be a bad son, bad husband. Is he a bad? All that? Yes. Okay. Bad man. Yes. We could say that. But is he a sex trafficker? That's what he's on trial for. He's on a RICO sex trafficking trial. Just because he beat the shit out of Cassie, which is, I'm not saying that was good. I don't understand. This is why I fuck with Clubhouse, because people on chatter are just too small-minded and don't see the bigger picture. They can't get past their emotions and understand that, like, you know what I mean? Like, just because Diddy is on trial for, I mean, like, he's on trial, but y'all trying to put him on trial for... Y'all trying to put him on trial for domestic violence, but he's not on trial for domestic violence. A lot of y'all are dumb. Dumb as hell. Look at this. Here's my problem, man. Listen, I'm gonna go back to this whole I'm gonna go back to this whole thing with that fat dude Dave Blunts, right? This is not tight. Y'all see Ashton Hall. He's that dude that y'all seen in that video again. Like he took forever to get ready or whatever, and he did it like put in his face in Saratoga water. But bro, Khaled, you got all these videos promoting being healthy and all that shit. Be healthy. We see how you eat, and that's not healthy. Do better. This is not good. This is not good. Guys, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. Do better. Be better. This is all I'm going to say about this shit, because this is fucking crazy. This is crazy. Y'all doing these videos because it's cute. It's not cute. You're fat. Khaled! Lose some fucking weight. This is crazy. Look at you. That is not tight, bro. Bro, that is not tight. That is not good. Change your fucking life, Khaled. Khaled, you should be working out an hour and a half a day. I seen the way you eat, which is cool, because I know you could probably eat good. You got a fucking chef, so you could probably eat pretty good. But I literally seen you got a whole fucking pantry full of ice cream. Change your fucking life, Khaled. This is crazy. You should have no ice cream in your... Man, listen. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull up this. We got this video. We got this. Here we go. It's a debate between Lush One and it was between Lush One and Brandon, who is a conservative black man, and there's a lot of holes on both sides, so I'm gonna poke a bunch of holes, like expose all the holes that these guys had, and then we're going to
fully immersive sleep system.
Go back, but I'm gonna go take a bathroom break, and then we'll go. But this is the beginning of it, yo.
This is Pod 5.
Oh my god, I hate how this. I need to get this. I need to pay for this shit, but here we go.
People, we coming at you live and direct. We got a special one for y'all today, man. Lush pulled up. He said he need all the smoke. He taking any competitors, and of course Brandon, aka Uncle Ruckus, fan favorite, going for Rookie of the Year. He said he's taking all smoke. So we got an array of topics. They're gonna go at it, match intellect. Because Brandon, you just came off a debate, clean sweep by the way, which was actually supposed to be a one-on-one, and it turned into a chat GPT and a less intelligent white supremacist versus you. Let's see what you and Lush can pull through.
So, okay.
What did you think about that debate, though?
In the building? Yeah. Obviously, Bucci Bear smoked Boots in that debate. Like, it's undebatable. Bucci came out swinging. But then again, you're dealing with somebody who's intellectually inferior to you. And Adam 22 wasn't really helping his case.
So I faced the white supremacy soldier. Now this is the white supremacy master.
Oh, I ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm not a white supremacist.
But you came to run the back fade, right?
Yeah, he running the back fade for the white supremacists, by the way.
Hell nah. Our fade was already set up. This is the back fade that I'm running for the entirety of No Jumper.
Oh, okay.
Because yeah. I'm doing this for No Jumper because you came over here, right? And I thought, hey, this is a great, talented new podcaster. He's showing a lot of promise. I'm gonna let him cook. You feel me? I didn't realize that he had an agenda of destroying systematically each member of the No Jumper cast until he could go back home to Long Beach to you guys and be like, yeah, I just ran a one-man train on the entire fucking squad and displayed my intellectual superiority. I was like, damn, I didn't even realize he was catching a fade. I thought,
like, Lush is super smart, but a lot of times it'd be like pseudo-intellectual intellect. You know what I mean? Like, he knows like random facts, but he don't know the depth behind. So like a lot of times I know a bunch of random facts, but I try to do the research behind everything that I say because I don't want to sound stupid. You know what I mean? And I don't want to like shit on my brother because I love Lush and I know he means well, but he's like, his brain is so full of like, I think like his strongest points is like his rap knowledge. Bro has consumed so much music. He's like literally an encyclopedia for hip hop. But when it comes into things like this, like history, all that shit, he has a lot of like surface knowledge, but he doesn't have the depth of the knowledge. So like, even though at at like surface level, he seems like maybe he might have kind of been like an even battle. Like this fool Brandon actually cooks the fuck out of Lush in this. And Lush, if you watch this, I'm sorry, bro, and I love you. I don't mean to you know I fuck with you, bro. You know, like we ride until the wheels fall off. But Brandon cooked you in this. This is why you need me on that fucking show. Cause I will not ever allow this to happen. Cause Brandon cooked you on this shit, and we're gonna watch this shit for the we'll watch the meat and potatoes of this shit just to prove, just so I could explain to you why he cooked you, bro.
Long Beach. Hey, look, but before we get into the topics, we're going to give y'all, let's say, like 2 minutes to go back and forth. Y'all can't be going on for 10, 15 minutes trying to get your point across. Let's ping pong it back and forth. But, man,
it's good. You feel me?
But before we start, let me introduce bro. We got my boy Messiah over here. Go ahead and let the people know who you is, man.
LBC Messiah the Great, man. Y'all know what time it is. And it's going to be a good one for y'all, man. Because let's say he got the intellectual side. We know where Brandon coming from. He's shooting from the hip. So we're going to see what's up today.
I think that the biggest problem with this debate was they didn't have actual prompts. Y'all should have had actual prompts where Lush had a prompt saying, this is my statement, and we're going to debate the statement. And then Brandon had his statement saying, we're going to debate the statement. They made an agreement that they wasn't really going to trip off ad hominem attacks, which in my opinion, the minute you make ad hominem attacks in a debate, it's over. It's like pretty much you bowing out. You know what I mean? And for those that don't know, an ad hominem attack is like when we're debating politics and you say some shit like, oh, well, you're an idiot, so you don't understand that. You know what I mean? That's an ad hominem attack. You know what I mean? So, so they agree that ad hominem attacks wasn't going to be what like decided the debate. But let's go back into this.
Against his own people. Tariq Nasheed hates this fool. You feel me? He reps FBA and like literally the poster child, the star, the cornerstone of FBA movement. You got a lawsuit against, bro. You feel me? You had a whole issue with him. So you feel me?
You say I rep FBA?
You don't rep FBA?
I don't rep that.
You're not a foundational black American.
That's ignorant. That's a cult. That ain't no damn identity. That ain't no lineage.
But you was rocking with that for a long time.
I was never rocking with that.
But then why was you an orbiter of Tariq Nasheed for so long?
Because FBA is a divisive movement among black Americans.
I think the right word is divisive, but that's using semantics.
Ourselves from black continentals, African continentals, and Caribbean people,
Pan-Africans.
But all this would be Pan-African, but it's basically like you know how you have like Asians, there's Japanese, Cambodian, Vietnamese. Okay. But when they all come to America, they're all categorized as Asian.
Well, a lot of them are categorized as Pacific Islanders as well. So
Asian/Pacific Islanders.
So you're already
they're
down 1 point,
no, I'm
brother.
not down. No.
See, where Lush fucked up right here is the fact that he made it a big deal about the whole, again, more semantics. Like Lush, you care too much about the argument about Asian and Pacific Islanders and all that. That's not the point of this argument. So you just right out the gate wanted to debate a moot point. Didn't even matter because that's not what you guys were really here to debate.
Asian Pacific Islander. But if you really knew the culture like you think you do, a Pacific Islander is like a Samoan,
correct,
a Tongan. They don't consider themselves to be
Filipino.
Asian. They all exist
Indonesian.
in the Pacific Ocean, but they are different, even genetically.
That's why
speaking,
I corrected you when you said that all of them are categorized as Asian.
No, but Asians,
continental Asians, and then there's
Cambodians,
a difference.
Vietnamese, Chinese, they really have no genetic difference.
Well, hold on. You said Japanese, Cambodians, and Chinese have no genetic differences?
Not really, no.
You're 1,000% wrong.
Okay.
So first of all, Cambodia they have way more
1,000% is so
genetically with Vietnamese.
hyperbolic.
Who are significantly darker in appearance, have...
that would be phenotypical.
And Cambodians, a lot of people believe were actually darker because of African heritage.
Not genetically.
Can you explain the difference between those two things?
Phenotype is the look, the appearance. Genetics,
which are
is
determined
the
by genetics.
DNA.
But your genetics determine your phenotype.
Phenotype is not necessarily their genetics do play a role in phenotype, but a lot of phenotype can be determined by.
And to correct this guy, is like genetics definitely play a role in phenotype because it has to do with your DNA, and your genetics and DNA are directly correlated. So for sure. like phenotype, we look at different phenos when we're looking at when we're growing weed, right? If you take one plant and get a bunch of a bunch of clones from one plant, and then grow a bunch of phenos of one specific plant, is from the same genetics and DNA. The plant is just gonna grow different, phenos. So one DNA is gonna grow different phenos.
Geography.
Exactly, and you would have been a lot more on point if you would have said Koreans, Chinese, and Japanese. No, what do you mean? You're like literally mislabeling an entire race.
I'm using them.
They're completely different.
There's only one race. There's only one race, the human race.
Okay.
Well, you're gonna stop with your ethnicities.
Right. But yeah, like Kendrick said, ethnicity. But however, if you know anything about Japanese people, they're probably amongst the most racist people in the world.
Okay.
That's not true. It's actually the Chinese people. Chinese people are very ethnocentric. And if you've ever traveled through China, which I have a lot of friends who've traveled through China, and it's usually my black friends that get harassed more traveling through China than anywhere else. But Chinese are the most ethnocentric people. They are even against religious freedom, you know what I mean? So that's why the Uyghurs, which was the Chinese Muslims, are getting ethnically cleansed. You know what I mean? So definitely Japanese are more open to American culture. They fuck with American culture. It's the Chinese that are more ethnocentric than Japanese. So that's fundamentally wrong.
And they believe
they're ethnocentric and not racist.
Correct. Thank you for creating.
Okay,
No, that's a better term. They're the most ethnocentric and believe in the superiority of their own people more than any other.
Again, this is they're saying it's Japanese people, but that's wrong. It's actually Chinese people that are the most ethnocentric because they are a communist country and believe in the empowerment of their own race and people. They're actually trying to create superhumans and super soldiers. They're using genetic what's that shit called? Eugenics, because of their what's it called? Whatever stops us from creating human clones, they don't have those same morality laws in China. So they're literally creating super soldiers in China and all that shit because they're trying to create a super race of Chinese people. Because Chinese are the most racist and ethnocentric people on the planet, at least in that part of the planet. I shouldn't say on the planet, but on that part of the planet, for sure it's the Chinese. They're a bigger population. Japanese people actually embrace American culture, like fashion and all that shit, which actually in turn, like Bathing Ape, all that shit, if they were so racist and all that shit, they would not be like one of the front runners in American fashion. So let's talk about it.
They have a hierarchy, and Cambodians are very, very low on the, like similar to the way Europeans had the caste system back in the day. The Japanese have a similar outlook amongst different Asians.
There's actually Chinese have that system that you're talking about, brother. Love you, bro, but you're wrong.
Cambodians are not even remotely similar.
Why wouldn't, if you go
let me ask y'all a question real quick. Do you believe that thinking that you and your race is superior is racist? Because the first word you used was racist, so your ideology to that way of thinking had to be, okay, that makes you racist.
I think that it's difficult for any race to be quote unquote racist other than the one that's systematically.
Before we go on, let's look up the definition of racism. All right, because people be using their own definition based off of their own whatever. Now, let's look up the definition of racism. Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. Let's go back. Remember the words typically.
The rest of the races of the world. So by definition, racism is pretty much only applies to white people, in my opinion. However, prejudice has no color.
Okay, let me get back to my point I was making. So basically, the FBA stuff is calling for the separation of African Americans within the United States, meaning the Black Americans or the descendants of slaves, ADOS, should be separate, their own category, separate from Black Caribbeans, Black continental Africans, or American, those people who have come over to America. Pan-Africans, we don't believe in that. We believe all Black people should stick together and work together for our collective empowerment.
Okay, so
if you really fuck with Black people, you can understand why someone like me can't rock with that division, because it's always divide and conquer.
That's
so
totally
Tariq
makes
is
sense.
working for the white man.
My problem with what he's saying is that oftentimes there's like people from Africa who are like super racist towards American Africans, calling them slaves and just being hyper racist towards. This is why like the whole it's a fallacy to say that like Black people can't be racist because African people are super racist towards American American Black people, FBAs, foundational Black Americans. And I think it's disgusting because I love my Black friends. I love, I have friends from Africa and shit, and I love them too. But like my friends in America, who are Black, I fucking love them. And I have like family members, and my niece is Black, and my goddaughter, you know what I mean? I love my Black friends, and I would be damned if I'm gonna sit back and let somebody from another country come here and disrespect my Black friends ever. I'm never going to be cool with it. I'm always going to stand on business. And, you know what I mean? Like, I just fundamentally am in disagreement with what Brandon's saying right here. Because he's saying that, like, all Black folks from around the world. I mean, he's somehow making it a monolithic thing, even though he says that Black folks aren't monolithic. But I definitely have seen people from Africa be super racist and weird towards foundational Black Americans. So I could see why somebody like Tariq Nasheed started his own shit and started a movement with the FBAs. But let's keep going.
And he's an agent, and he is attempting to use divide and conquer tactics to weaken the Black community within the United States.
What is
He's talking about Tariq Nasheed, right?
He's actually pushing for the advancement of the Black people in the United States, and you are an agent of chaos that has been unleashed upon the FBA movement to try to make them, like, he kind of had the same argument about you.
Wait, stop. You're not going to accept that ridiculous...
So I definitely understand what Lush was saying right here, which I kind of agree.
Black people for decades.
And I don't think that necessarily like Brandon was like it's like some crazy conspiracy, but I think that Brandon's sitting in the chair of somebody who is meant to go against the narrative of the FBAs, but the FBAs is definitely different. Like, I'm sorry, somebody from Africa. And, you know, I'm not saying that all people from Africa are racist towards foundational Black Americans, but I've definitely seen it. Like, I've been a witness to it, to the way that, like, Africans speak about Black people from America. And if it wasn't for Black people from America, I wouldn't have a platform. Straight up. It was my homies from Oakland, my homies from San Jose, my homies from the East Bay, even my homies from out here, bro. Like Santa Cruz and out here. Like, they gave me a platform. They were like, yo, you love the culture. You were part of the culture. I remember one time I was like all drunk. Me and Opio from Hieroglyphics was having a conversation, and I'm just like, man, and Pep Love. I'm like, I understand I'm a guest in the culture, and Pep Love, like I don't want to say I don't want to say he checked me because it sounds like so bitch, but he checked me and it was like, don't ever let anybody tell you that you're a guest in this culture, because you are part of this culture. You help shape this culture, and don't let anybody tell you that you're a guest. And I told him, I'm like, no, I understand I'm a guest though, bro. Like, I'm not Black. And he's all, it doesn't matter, you know. He's all, it doesn't matter. Like, and he took it back all the way to the you know, the back in the days, right, the Cool Herc days. And he was like, nah, like, there was Spanish dudes back then, bro. And I'm like, and I told him, I'm like, I get it, but I'm not that, you know. And I'm here in California. And he's like, I don't care. He's like, don't let anybody ever tell you that you're a guest. He's like, you are part of the culture. You are part of the culture, bro. He's like, don't let anybody, you know. But I personally, even though I love him for that, I disagree. I still understand, you know, the idea behind, like, the way that hip hop works. You know what I mean? Hip hop is such a slippery slope because we put so many politics behind it, bro. But let's keep listening to what these fools are talking about.
He stands to profit off the division. We know that
talking about Tariq Nasheed right here.
Into the ADOS movement, American Descendant of Slaves. He co-opted that movement. He fractured that movement under this guise that he was going to be able to help African Americans or descendants of slaves get reparations. Once he splintered that group, profited off that group, right? Then he changed it to, I'm not the leader. So you're giving the name FBA, which he stole from Dr. Claude Anderson. You're giving the name FBA. You copyright the name FBA. You give the guidelines for what is or is not an FBA. And then when people ask you, well, where's all the stuff you said you were going to deliver to us? You say, well, I'm not the leader.
What were the promises that he said he would?
That he would help them get reparations. He literally said, I'm going to show you how to get reparations.
Do you believe in reparations?
No.
Why is that?
I don't believe reparations are ever going to happen. Do I think black people deserve to be compensated for the work that was done for the free labor from slavery? Yeah, you should get some type of reparative justice for that. Do I believe black people forfeited that when they agreed to the civil rights agreement? I also believe that. So you can't tell somebody, we want money from you or reparations from you, then go in and say, well, we want to have this situation where we're all equal and no one's better than anyone and have like a brotherly bond. And then later on, when that doesn't work, come back and say, oh, yeah, but what about that money you owe us? Or that.
I mean, that he's kind of cooking. Because, and this is controversial to speak on, right? But prior to, all right, so the Civil Rights Act. The problem with the Civil Rights Act is that it like allowed the transgender movement and all that shit to piggyback on it, right? Which everybody has rights in America, and I love everybody. I don't care what the fuck you are or whatever, bro. But the Civil Rights Act, Lyndon B. Johnson, the Great Society Act, all that shit. Prior to that, black folks had success in America. Black folks had lower, so they had a higher rate of dads staying in the home, lower single mother rate. They had a better economic success. Lyndon B. Johnson pretty much gave black America a ultimatum. Do you want, but without giving them an ultimatum, right? They said, Lyndon B. Johnson pretty much told them, do you want equality or do you want reparations? So this is pretty much what Brandon's talking about right here.
It's just literally buyer's remorse. It's retroactive justice, or that we want. And then later on, when that doesn't work, come back and say, oh, yeah, but what about that money you owe us or that we wanted before? It's just literally buyer's remorse. It's retroactive justice.
That's a crazy way to look at it. Buyer's remorse.
We want it to be with white folks.
More like
you owe us or bond. And then later on, when that doesn't work, come back and say, oh, yeah, but what about that? Like, say, well, we want money from you or reparations from you. Then go in and say, well, we want to have this situation where we're all equal and no one's better than anyone and have like a brotherly bond. And then later on, when that doesn't work, come back and say, oh, yeah, but what about that money you owe us or that we wanted before? It's just literally buyer's remorse. It's retroactive justice.
That's a crazy way to look at it. Buyer's remorse.
We want it to be with
Lush, I'm sorry, bro, but he has 1,000% point right there. He has 1,000% point. So right now, what he's pretty much saying is that black folks, were pretty much like, okay, we'd rather have equality than have equity. You know what I mean? Like at that point, it was a big bargaining chip. They could have pretty much said like, all right, we need reparations, we need all that shit. At that point, when in the Lyndon B. Johnson, It's called the Great Society Act, I believe. I might be getting the word, the name wrong, but yeah, I mean, bro is actually cooking right now. Bro is cooking, and all you can say is like, you actually believe that? No, like that's the facts. That's the facts. That's what led into the whole aborting a bunch of black children, like all that shit, bro. The abortion laws, all that shit started right there. Why did it start at the same time? I think that's the biggest question we should be asking. Why did that lady who was originally a racist who started Planned Parenthood started at that same time? She didn't want black babies to be born. They put they put Uncle Sam in charge of the household, made it very hard for men to be in charge of the household. We're giving out Section 8, and if a man was in the household, they're gonna get kicked out. And yeah, like this is a black issue, but this affected Mexicans too. You know what I mean? Or Chicanos, Latinos. This affected like all people, the culture. You know what I mean? Not only black folks, but like it primarily affected black folks. This is why Brandon's talking about this. And like, I love you, Lush. You're my brother. I love you like I love my sibling. You know what I mean? But you getting cooked right now. And the fact that you don't know these, like I hope you retroactively went back and like looked at all these facts, but you getting cooked right now, Brody.
More like Steelers remorse.
So let me ask y'all one thing. So with this Tariq Nasheed, they say he just founded the Black Museum. Do y'all feel like that was beneficial for us? Would he still be considered, what'd you say, not an agent of chaos, but somebody that's against the culture? Or is that somebody pushing for the culture?
It's not a museum.
So what is it?
It's just a comedy lounge at this point, because that's all I ever see happening there. It's closed every single day, all day long. They have hours of operation listed. They're never open during those hours. On top of that, I think it's 11 to 4, Monday through Friday. If we go over there right now, it's closed.
What's your thoughts on reparations?
I think there should definitely be reparations. I don't know what the process of actually achieving it looks like or how that affects the actual economy and things like that, but there definitely needs to be amendments made for the wrongs that were done. 1,000%.
But these people don't want they don't want reparations in the sense of repairing the damage caused by slavery. These people want money. So whenever you try to get them to, whenever you ask them about like actual things that could be done to help repair the harm done, they're like, oh, we don't care about that. Just cut the check. They got a literal slogan that says cut the check. And if you try to discuss reparations outside of that with them, they don't even want to entertain the conversation. On top of that, they don't even have a number. For example, if you say I owe you money, right? Mm-hmm. The number one thing you need to do is determine how much money I owe you.
And it's pretty difficult to quantify when you're talking about transatlantic slave trade, right?
Exactly. So what was done during...
So that's a big point right there. It's very difficult to quantify.
It was generational harm.
Right.
So you need generational repair. Correct. How is me giving you a check of an undisclosed amount that you haven't even calculated gonna help black people going forward? When you're saying, if I tell you, why don't we put this into like black education? Why don't we create scholarships or economic infrastructure? You say, no, I don't want to do none of that. I just want to check.
Again, I don't have a problem with the methodology of how it's dispersed or anything, but I definitely think it needs to exist.
But what's the amount? They want $17 trillion.
Well, I'm not mad at that either. But what I want y'all to see,
the U.S. economy.
What I want y'all to see is this though.
That's a good number.
This is the reason why I feel like he had an agenda with coming over to No Jumper, because this was a big big dude in the FBA movement. He's over there pushing the line in all the conversations, showing up to rallies, super involved in Tariq Nasheed's dealings to the point where you admittedly showed up to his spot because you were concerned that it was being vandalized, right?
No.
But that's what you said.
That's not why
But I have you on a live saying that right now.
I showed up to the spot because people from outside of California asked me to go by because Tariq was collecting donations saying that he was up against white supremacists who were vandalizing his property.
Right.
So black people coming together, right? And this is why a lot of black people don't like to donate to shit now, because a lot of times it ends up not being what people claimed it was. So they asked me to go check as someone who's in this area. I went to check. Everything. I talked to the person who was a tenant there.
The white lady.
She was Mexican. And when I talked to her and posted it, people said, wait a minute, Tariq was supposed to be opening up a museum. How is this lady saying that he just extended her lease until the following year? And that caused him to get blowback. And he got mad and he sued me and tried to file a restraining order against me. I never sued Tariq.
No, I understand.
Tariq took legal action against me.
I think both of y'all made a great point because y'all blew past the reparations. I still was processing what both of y'all was saying. I think both of y'all have a point. I think money definitely has to be involved because money was directly stolen and taken from the black community. That's just a fact. They actually have numbers on how much was stolen. I'm not going to say strictly from the Atlantic trade slave and all of that, but I mean like through taxes alone, they estimated about 15 trillion just from tax money stolen, not to mention that the money that they invested in certain banks and then the banks go belly up and all of a sudden we out of money. So to sit here and be mad at the black culture for wanting money that is rightfully owed to them that was stolen would be idiotic to say you guys are crazy to want. But also, hold on. In his point too, the infrastructure also does have to be rebuilt as well because that is another systemic obstacle that's invisible to most of the world if you don't have to face it. But it is something that's real. So I think both parts have to come into effect when we're talking about reparations. Well, not just money, because most niggas is just gonna blow the money. But some people will say, so what? You got the money, that's your reparation, that's your get back. If you blow it, that's on you. But I'm with you too, like there does need to be some type of infrastructure built.
I just think most people look at it in a sense it's like, well, since we ain't getting nothing, you need to start somewhere. So start here with the money. Like you said, now to keep that going for future generations, what you said has to be put into place. I just think most people are just like, well, y'all need to start here before y'all do anything else. All that trying to rebuild for years down the line. Start with the money, then we can worry about rebuilding and doing everything else.
No, 100%. Like if I owe you money, Brandon, right? Let's say I owe you 20 bands, right? And I've been ducking you for a long ass time. And then I'm like, I keep hitting you like, yo, Brandon, I'm gonna pay you soon. You ain't gonna take anything I say seriously. You're gonna want to beat my ass, right? But then one day I shoot you 2 bands, you feel me? And I'm like, hey, I'm gonna work on figuring out the rest. But just so you know I'm serious, boom. Right. You're probably gonna be a little bit more receptive to whatever solution I have to offer, correct?
But here's the thing, that's not an accurate, description of what's going on. For one, if you had kept your economy separate, that's why you heard me say desegregation is the worst thing that happened to black people, because once you desegregated, you eliminated a lot of your claim to that stuff. And the reason I say that is because if you still had your separate black economy and your separate white economy, it would be much easier to say you owe me this, pay me this amount over this amount of time. But once you integrate it, which black people did willingly, wanted to do it, went and fought and marched, and this is what we want, right?
Right.
White people finally said, all right, y'all out there going crazy. What do y'all want? Wait a minute.
But how does this have to do with reparations, though?
I'm explaining it
because that is complete.
I'm explaining it to you. When Lyndon B. Johnson, as black folks, okay, y'all out here marching, fighting, all that. Y'all getting bit by dogs, water hoses. America is on your side. What do you want? Did black people say, we want reparations, we want money, we want repair for slavery? No, black people said, we want equality.
Well, right.
So what we did was...
Again, it's a step towards the inevitable goal.
No, what you did was you forfeited the reparations to get equality so you could be looked at as equal to a white person in the United States. Here's the thing. When you say that's a good start, it's not even a start because black people have yet to determine a number, and you can't say $17 trillion because, one, if they gave you that at once, that would bankrupt the country. Hyperinflation would make us all broke. We would have, our money would be worthless. Two, you got a bunch of Americans paying taxes who never owned a single slave. They didn't even come to America till 20, 30 years ago.
Right.
How are you going to convince them to allow their taxes to be raised so that they could pay a bunch of black people reparations?
So
no one's going for that crap.
But obviously America sets the pace for the global economy, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so obviously black people in other regions, in other parts of the world are still affected by what happens here.
Okay.
Correct? So,
but no, I think you're missing my point. America is way too diverse. And there's way too many different types and groups of people, way too much mixing, blacks and whites having babies, Mexicans and blacks having babies. All this, we're all mixed up. If you give black people reparations, that means the United States government has to levy a tax, raise taxes to finance that, especially $17 trillion worth.
Correct.
So you're not gonna, we're in democracy, whether black people like this or not. You're a part of a republic that is ruled by representation. It's a republic with a democratic system of election.
This is a long-winded way of saying you don't believe that black people deserve more money. About what happened.
This
very much so.
I'm wrong. Hold on. Let me say what I'm saying. It's not a long-winded way. You're trying to run past my point because you don't have an argument for it. You have many different races here now. How are you going to levy a tax against them for what whites owe blacks, especially when black people willingly integrated into this situation?
It's not about it's not about other people being deprioritized. It's about making right what happened, what white people and the United States did to black people.
But they don't want to pay for that.
That has nothing to do with it.
Yes, it does. Because
you're saying they don't even deserve it.
Because this, no, I never said, at the beginning you asked me, did I say, do they deserve it? I say yes. It's not feasible because those people, whether they agree with blacks or not, they never owned slaves. That is why reparations unanimously, if you look at the polls, 95% of Americans do not agree with reparations because they're.
I don't know about the accuracy of that.
Okay, well, look it up.
And I think if you looked within the black community, those statistics would be very different.
Only look in the black community, but there's Asian communities, Hispanic communities, white communities. There's all these communities.
You hate Mexicans, and
I don't hate Mexicans.
Okay, we're talking about black reparations, right? So everybody else opinion on that is low-key irrelevant.
No, it's not because they got to vote to pass it.
But I understand you speaking on like the unfeasibility of it, which I agree with.
You
to
have
a certain
to
extent,
vote to pass reparations into law. If all these people be like, hell no, that means those politicians that represent them. See, this is the issue. You guys don't want to accept that we live in America. Representatives are the ones who vote on what gets passed and not. If the people who y'all saying don't matter, because that's just a lazy way of approaching it, if they don't matter, why would they ever allow their representative to vote for you to get reparations?
I think y'all arguing two different things though. Because you asked him, does he believe in like cash reparations, right? Like money. I think that's where the debate was. Not really so much how we gonna make it happen, how much.
Correct.
It was really, do you agree blacks are owed cash reparations? Everything else could be ironed out later, but
and I'll say
that was the original topic of the debate.
Correct, and I'll say that all Pan-Africans should be privy to that, not just the victims of slavery.
Pan-Africans support reparations. Like, we believe that reparations are owed.
I feel like you turf hop though.
We do not believe reparations will be. We don't believe that's a hill that we should be dying.
But you hood hopped from you was FBA gang or don't bang.
I was never in the FBA.
But you was though. Like you got to acknowledge the reality because you're pushing the line. You're a Tariq Nasheed orbiter for a long time.
I was never a Tariq Nasheed orbiter. I literally stopped talking about Tariq on my channel because I was like, I don't want it to become like a Tariq Nasheed hate channel.
Are you sure it wasn't the Bucci Bear Ethering?
When Tariq sued me and tried to put a restraining order on me, obviously it forced me to talk about him because he was suing me. Once that was over, even after the Bucci Bear stuff, I stopped talking about Tariq. Listen, I'm a journalist.
Because he smoked you and ran you about the scene, then you had to turf hop to Pan-Africanism.
No, I was a Pan-African way before I even had any involvement with Tariq.
Because I've seen you pushing ADOS ideology before. You feel me?
You've never seen me do that.
I have.
When?
You know what I mean? Like, look, bro, I could pull up different.
Pull it up.
I mean, like, sure, but I could pull up different Twitter
Give me an
spaces
example
right
of
now.
something I said.
Something that you said that
was pro FBA ADOS.
I mean, like a lot.
Just give me one thing.
Can you give one example?
Let me think of an example. I would say that the best off top, you just being in the Tariq Nasheed community and pushing his line, and your whole entire vibe switched from being a staunch supporter
I was
to like,
never a supporter.
So you were an antagonist the whole time.
FBA hates me.
But they didn't always hate you.
They've always hated me.
And when did this start?
Since the very first video I made about ADOS.
Okay.
Because I made a video about ADOS saying that they weren't going to vote Democrat if they didn't get reparations on the table. And the Democrats all unanimously said, we are not going to give you reparations. Every Democrat candidate. This was in 2016 when Trump,
Hillary versus Trump.
Hillary versus Trump.
Yeah.
They all said, no, this was actually in 2020, right before, it was 2020, before Biden beat Trump. Every presidential candidate on the Democrat side said, we are not going to even consider reparations, except for one lady, Marianne Williamson.
Having car problems? If you have a car with problems, text now. My Lemon Law Lawyer. We will get you out of your car and your money back. You pay zero. The manufacturer pays. Text LEMON to 40333 or visit us at mylemonlawlawyer.com.
We've got about 50 million followers. We're in the billions of views, and we're a small team. We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people did actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. We always had this vision of bringing things into existence that previously had never been seen.
This is the world's largest act.
We bounced a plane and a boat and a car, and we now get unbelievable opportunities to do things like film balloon popping races with Manchester City. I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years, but if we can do this as a job, anything's possible.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
You know what the ADOS leaders told those people at that conference? They said, you know what we're gonna do because they don't want to talk about reparations? Well, we're gonna vote down ballot. And then Antonio Moore leans over and says, Democrat. So I said, how are you gonna make the Democrats consider giving you reparations when they said they're not gonna do it and you're still voting for them?
So essentially, you were always just an agent of chaos in the ADOS / Black Foundation.
Hold on, let's close out the reparations, right?
Okay.
Y'all both made some points. I'm in agreement with you. We're owed reparations, but the money that they owe us was taken in blood. So unless you're gonna take it in blood back, you're not getting it. Trying to ask and beg for it and put it up for vote in a country where we're the minority and everybody's programmed to hate us anyway, we know it's gonna get voted down. So I always tell people, if you're not willing to do what it takes to get it the way they got it, you're not getting it. Trying to go, please give me reparations. They fucked you over already. You're actually the same people who put you in this position, essentially, to help you out of it. It's not going to happen. So we could close off on that because it's just going to be a circular.
Unless you're willing to fight. But everything
I don't think we really disagree
what you think about it, bro? Because we're going to close it off.
Nah, I agree. I agree to exactly what you're saying. It makes no sense to keep crying about reparations. They're not giving reparations like you said. They took it. Anything that we tried to create from Black Wall Street to everything else, when we thought you was trying to separate or do anything for the people, they came and tore that motherfucker down. So like you said, if you ain't getting it back that way, it's not gonna happen. They're not finna do that. They're constantly showing you they're gonna keep their foot on our necks unless you're doing something aggressively to go against that.
And as far as segregation, are you saying you're in favor of segregation or you're
Yes,
against
he's
it
a
at this
separatist.
point? Both of y'all.
He's a separatist.
Just as a side note, reparations was actually paid following what happened in the Tulsa massacre, Black Wall Street. They did get paid reparations for that. But separatists,
What's the value of a human life?
Even
That's-
you saying them getting paid for it, but everything that they built, like you said, for separating, ain't getting built back again.
And
they built it back.
And there's
It's
several
still there
lives
to this
lost.
day.
And who owns it?
Black people.
Yeah, I gotta look up
Black
that.
Wall Street is still there. Go look it up. It's called the Greenwood District.
And it's in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
It's in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And,
Are you in favor of segregation?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think that racial.
Who would he glaze? No,
Yeah, who would I glaze?
Let him get his bars off.
Who would I glaze? No, real talk. I mean, like, first of all, if I was in favor of segregation, I wouldn't live in Los Angeles, one of the most culturally diverse regions.
You live in
the
Van Nuys.
entire-
Don't know black people live there.
I live in MacArthur Park, all right, is one of the most diverse. I literally live in the most densely populated region in Los Angeles, the second most diverse city in the United States.
MacArthur Park is right there by LAX. Is that where?
No.
Wait. Oh, what is that called?
No, that is called Inglewood.
So are you in favor of segregation, period, or just like business-wise, educational-wise, health-wise, or you're saying to separate all the way?
The thing with me is I'm not a separatist and I don't necessarily believe in segregation. What I believe is that black people in America and all over the world need to reconnect with Africa economically, politically, and even spiritually, if you throw that in there. That's what I believe in. We have to come together because if you look at the way the United States is shaped, the groups that dominate the economic playing field are groups who have ties back to their homeland.
Correct.
They can get money from there, they send remittance back over there, and if push comes to shove, they can go there and do business if they need to. That's all I'm telling black folks to do. Let's just reconnect back with where we came from. You could stay in America. Pan-Africanism means black people all over the world, not just in Africa.
I mean, Africans have sub-Saharan Africa is typically like black people, but North Africa, they look a lot more like Middle Eastern. There's parts of Africa where there's hella white people that have been there for.
Which parts of that?
Zimbabwe has a large white population. South Africa.
Large, they're like 3% of the population.
Okay,
It's not large. It's white Africans. Though.
there's white Africans, and South Africa has a. I'm not proud of them at all, but they definitely have a significant white
This
population.
topic
as well.
always confuses me when racists like the idiot they had up here last week said segregation is the answer because we've done that already. And every time black people segregate, start to build and start to succeed, they start to infiltrate and impede on that success to try to slow it down. So it's like, do you really want segregation or do you want us to segregate and starve? Because when we segregate and we start to prosper, we always get infiltrated and something tragic always happens that brings us back to square zero. So that's always my confusion with them telling us to segregate. We do that.
Right.
Black people, like Brandon made the point when he made the debate. Yeah, we do that just fine. You want us over here? Cool. We start building. The second we get to 50% of your wealth, all of a sudden, oh man, we need the civil rights. We need this. Y'all need to give up your businesses. Come integrate with us.
Or you start
It's always
the
some
Klan,
shit. Or you start
the
bombing
KKK
shit.
up.
So
it's like, you know what I'm
basically all I was
saying?
getting at.
With all that, are you against racial mixing as far as like reproduction and things like that? Do you feel like, okay, let me rephrase that because I know that's such a vague question. Do you feel like it waters down the DNA and the genetics of the black race when y'all mix with other races?
I wouldn't say it waters down the DNA or the genetics. I'm not even against race mixing. I'm against race mixing in a certain situation. Like you can't have 20
Because you're a
million.
reformed bunny hopper, right?
No,
Like-
I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
You literally, this fool used to hella white girls.
Where?
In high school.
What? I had a white girlfunny in high school.
Hell yeah, bunny hopper.
Hold on.
You got, okay, race mixing, we talk about having kids,
Beverly-
right?
Okay, so
Yeah.
Okay.
so to get to the point,
bunny hopper.
so yeah, nah. But so one white girl in high school, that's crazy.
Probably a
But,
few.
but the thing is, you know, when you have
That's
20 million
reparations.
black,
Bunny hopping is reparations, people. I just want to let you know that.
Yeah.
I'm not
That
mad
is a
at that.
form of reparations.
that's crazy.
I'm not mad at that.
Get
in the
your
slightest.
reparations.
I'm all about black love, man. But when you have 20 million black babies being aborted since like the 1960s, yeah, it does make me wish that black men and women would come together to make children a little more with more exclusivity. So I'm not against race mixing. I am just looking at black people saying, look, we're up against it. There's Planned Parenthood in all of our neighborhoods. You come to out here, I don't see no Planned Parenthoods. Where the white folks at? So
isn't that more of a socioeconomic thing than a race thing, though?
That's more of a socially engineered thing that's social engineering by white people, like Margaret Sanger. She literally said, guess what? I want to get rid of black people. I don't want a lot of them being born here. And there, to this day, is a Margaret Sanger Award. So for you to even imply, which is what you're doing, that I am being like radical or unrealistic about the agenda against black people.
I never said that.
I felt like it was implied.
No, not at all. If anything, I'm gonna strengthen that.
Hold on. Do you believe in race mixing? Because he said he's cool with it.
I think it's the most. I think it's vital. I think it's vital.
Okay.
What makes it vital though?
Well, there's several things. They're like, number one, like this.
You want to make the basketball team, huh?
Yeah.
Trying to get that melanin, cuz.
Well, look, I think that the number one thing is genetic diversity.
Okay,
break it down.
Genetic diversity is the foundation of genetic advancement. You know what I mean? If you take, so let's look at like the white people in the hills, for example, right? Let's look at the Appalachian Mountains, right? Very little genetic diversity. The same people have been fucking each other for hundreds of years. Yeah. Eventually, you get like a subhuman version of that race because they are not just race, but that type of people because they've mingled with each other and everyone's eventually humping on their cousins. There's no genetic diversity, so that means that those genes are only going to advance to a certain extent. Now, when you mix genes with other types of genes, it actually has more of a chance of that offspring having more mental and physical capabilities.
You mean in general or you mean black people?
No, in general. I'm talking Asians mixing with Mexicans, blacks mixing with Arabs, whites mixing with Mexicans, whatever. Like all genetic diversity.
But black people are the most genetically diverse people on the planet. We have more genes than every other group.
So you're saying that there's no need to...
We don't need to do that. That's what everyone else needs to do.
Well, eventually, if there's a concentrated area and people are stuck there, no matter what, eventually the lack of genetic diversity is going to wind up watering down the gene pool in a negative way.
Well, that's the thing. We still got Africans and everything else coming over here who share our genetic makeup. So, like, if you look at the genes, like, black people have the most genes, white people have this. Can you fact check this for me, Danny?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask about that.
I believe black people have the most genes, and then next is whites.
They say African populations have the most genetic diversity, which is scientifically significant.
Yeah, we have the most genetic diversity.
Yeah, I don't think black people have to mix with other races to get the enhanced diversity. Like we're pretty diverse people.
And then when we got white in us, it made us even more genetically diverse. So
right.
But I'm curious to know under what circumstance you're against it, because you say you're for it except certain circumstances. Are we talking financial where you got a wealthy black guy? Like, what are we talking
about? But real quick, not to cut you off, you literally just kind of acknowledged my argument because you said black people mixed with white people and became more genetically diverse.
No, I'm not. I'm saying we were already genetically diverse before we ever met you, but the black people during slavery, where, our grandmothers were raped, then we got more genetically diverse because of that. So the genetic diversity argument, that really only benefits, that's a one-sided thing. We don't need any more genetic diversity.
First of all, we have all of it. But what do you mean when you met us? Because remember, all life started in Africa, right?
Yeah, we met you guys later.
We was here first.
Correct. All life started in Africa, right?
Yeah, but you guys migrated out of Africa.
Correct. The genetic
you guys started sleeping with your cousins.
The genetic recessive
gene pool
trait
got reduced. Your genes became recessive, and then when we got dragged out of Africa, when y'all came to Africa to enslave us, that's when we met y'all.
First of all, so the genetic diversity, the genetic recessive trait of albinism or light skin or lack of melanin started in Africa before. That's what forced the white people to get up out of there. You feel me? In fact, that's actually the origins of racism. Matter of fact, it's the first example of a caste system.
I don't think
in history.
I don't think that was
out.
I don't think that was due to genetic recessive genes. I think that was a mutation.
It is a mutation.
And then,
but that's the same thing.
They got ostracized.
Mutation is basically like y'all was created.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Niggas created them in the lab.
Niggas made them in the lab.
We keeping this scientific. They gonna eat us alive.
They had that mad scientist came
Y'all ain't about
to
to be on Twitter.
Shout out to Billy Carson.
I ain't gonna read about something about that. And they said it was a nigga that did that to create the
Yeah, the Anunnaki. Shout out to Anunnaki.
Shout out to the Anunnaki.
Shout out to Billy Carson.
What's it called? Nibiru? Yeah.
Okay, but under what circumstance are you saying you're against it? Because you cut yourself off there.
But I'm against race mixing.
Yeah, because you said you're for it, except certain
I said
circumstances.
I don't mind it, but I'm saying what makes me lean towards being against it. The moment, because you know at different times you feel different ways. So in the situation or the circumstances that we're in America, where we got like our women, there's literally a campaign for our women to get abortions. Right? And they're not running those campaigns in any other community. I would say black love has to be the message and the
Keep it quilted with Quilted Northern.
Listen up. We are about to create the brand new Game of Thrones game.
Oh, so the main character is obviously Jon Snow, right?
Wrong. You are the main character, a mysterious figure from a new house in the north. This time, the fight is against something even more terrifying. You'll encounter new challenges, untold stories you've never seen before. Game of Thrones, King Road.
What
mantra?
Not the mantra. Black love has to be
the movement. You gotta
the
be
movement or the priority.
Okay, I'm with
the
you. So
priority.
you're for it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, how about you?
What?
Race mixing, you for it or you against
He
it?
not supposed to be. Yeah, he not.
He gotta have an opinion.
I am. You crazy? Nah, but I ain't against it. But I do. It is what it is. You mingle what you mingle with. But it's like that shit is sketchy because the more they mix, the more that we start to die off. So it's a little.
You think black people are better than Asians at math?
I think Arabs created math, so they're the best.
I think we can.
We're all fighting for second place.
I don't think they created math, but go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, so there's nothing about any other race that they might have the ups on.
I literally gave it to Arabs, bro. I said Arabs invented math. So what are you talking about?
So
you love twisting what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. I'm leading you to a greater point
I
here.
think it's up to the individual.
So, which would mean that there might be an advantage for mixing with that blood because it might make black people more advanced mathematically, and that's just one small example.
That means
so what you trying to say, man? Black people don't know math?
No, I'm just saying that black people might not be the number one at every single aspect of life.
Because everything is about need, right? So what need did black people in Africa who basically was hunting, farming, and fucking? What need do we have for math?
I got 2 wives. I got 3.
We literally had the perfect life, and then it was ruined. And you want me to tell you how I know that was the perfect life? You want me to tell you how I know that was the perfect life?
Let's talk about this.
Because now the richest of the richest white people, they will give up all their riches. They'll separate themselves from their riches or use their riches to do what? Go somewhere way out isolated. I'm moving with my family to the hills of Appalachia or to the freaking Ozark Mountains. They literally are searching for the life that Africans had in Africa.
I gotta correct both of y'all because mathematics actually started from us.
Okay.
So language itself, music, mathematics. I mean, damn near everything that we use in the world started from us.
So that debunks everything.
So that debunks and math. Hold on, I'm not being biased. I'm just strictly speaking facts.
No,
you can look this up.
Now they gonna say we jumped.
No, we're not jumping them. No, because you hold on, we're not jumping them because he said the Arabs and I said I disagree because I know for a fact. I remember I was researching this. The origins of mathematics itself actually comes from Africa.
The origins of life comes from Africa. So everything comes.
But them being
who do you think is superior right now though at this moment? Who's the
math
most
could be
advanced
learned though. So
it can
you
be learned.
You don't need to procreate with with an Asian to be good at math. You just got to practice math.
But he's just
Practice
asking
learning
who's
math.
the best. We got to look up who won the math Olympics or whatever.
Man, you can't even pronounce bro name. It got 3 X's in it. You feel me? From China. I
Is he a
promise
Muslim?
you.
No,
Like,
Look, we gonna go to the next topic.
Let's
I don't
go.
want to drag on that, but my view on basically crossbreeding, I don't view people saying that they only want to procreate with themselves as being racist. I think white people, they get a bad rap with that. Or any race, when they say they want to procreate with themselves, I think you should. I think it's smart. I think black people should start doing it more, especially wealthy black people, because what we start to notice, when wealthy black people procreate, their kids usually start having kids with the other side that they procreated with, meaning that wealth eventually gets washed out of the black circulation. That's why a lot of people like Dr. Umar is against it. And we actually start to mate ourselves out. So if I procreate with a white woman, then my son go procreate with a white woman, well, shit.
It increases the likelihood of that.
We're about to take ourselves out of the game. But what you start to see, other races in other countries are actually desperately trying to procreate with black people. They're actually paying black men to impregnate their women because they want to get the melanin in their genetic gene pool, because they think without it, they're gonna die off. So this is all stuff you can fact check and research.
No, there might be some truth to that. There might be, with the dissemination of our ozone layer. Shit,
melanin is worth more than gold, by the way.
Melanin is a valuable trait.
They used to literally eat us. But
Can we go to the next
destruction
topic?
of the black nuclear family. I just had to drop some bars real quick.
No, so with that being said, Brandon, do you think that I have white savior complex?
I think you just want to be accepted by maybe you experienced some trauma in the past with your own group, maybe your parents or your brothers or sisters.
Like with Tarina.
Just say yeah, bro.
Basically.
Yeah.
So now you kind of maybe you were shown love, treated good by other cultures, and it makes sense because, Mexican culture, black cultures, we're very hospitable, very accepting and welcoming of other groups. So you just have this nah, they did right by me, so I'm gonna do right by them in any situation. I'm gonna ride for them, and that's where I think you're at with it.
Correct. You're 1,000% right. I don't look. And
I'm here to tell you, I don't give a fuck about all that. You ain't black. No, I'm just kidding.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing. And black people arguably with me way more than you. That's the crazy part.
Okay.
Like you feel me? Like that's the crazy part. But I think that there's a big misconception. I'm glad I feel seen right now because I think I thought that you had this concept that I feel like I know how to solve the issues of the black community, and I'm like in a position where I'm able to speak. I don't believe that. You feel me? In any capacity.
I don't think you believe that.
Okay, because you've alluded to me having white savior complex on multiple occasions.
I'm sure you've been to 12-step and stuff, so you learned all about the things I can control, things I can't control,
right?
Wisdom,
the serenity prayer,
type shit. Yeah, so I don't think you're like that. My thing is there are certain aspects of black life or the black community, like gang banging type shit. You defend that stuff, and I'm looking at it like, nah, that stuff, we got to get rid of that shit for our community to truly get back healthy and be on the path forward or on an upward trajectory. And so you got to see it from my perspective. This guy's defending shit that I really think we need to get rid of. So obviously I look at you as you in the way.
I understand that. But now, who do you frequently pod with? The two other gentlemen that are sitting at this table with us right now.
No, come on, let's talk about it, Lust.
Because I don't know how they identify as far as activity, but these are both admitted and proud members of a community. You feel me?
Yeah, the black community.
The black community as well as the Crips in Long Beach. You know what I'm saying?
Say the spark no more. Shout out to the shit.
You dig? So with that being said, these guys are epitomizing what you are against.
They're really not epitomizing it, but they know how I feel about the situation. And deep down inside, they know that what I'm saying is true. Every black person knows we gonna have to address the gang shit big time, because if we talking about our numbers dwindling and all that stuff, even drill music, people would say gang members support drill music, right? You would say they love it, right?
For the most part.
Okay, but if you ask this dude if we could get rid of drill music, if it meant eliminating a lot of black deaths, he'll be like, get rid of that shit.
And I agree with that too.
Exactly. So it's not that they're epitomizing this negative thing. It's that I'm cool with them because I understand that when it all comes down to it, they agree with what I think. Maybe not the way I deliver the message, but they know like something has to happen. Something change is necessary.
Sounds like selective politicking.
No, it's not at all. No, it's not at all.
Because you know that, okay, these are intelligent black men. They might be gang members, but they're able to like thrive in other capacities. So you really can't say shit. But that kind of defeats the argument.
But they're not out recruiting kids to join a gang. They're kids. They're not like, yeah, you gonna be a Hoover Crip. There's ignorant niggas out here doing that. So they're just. But I'm not. You know, I'm not trying to mention their specific gang, but. They're not. There are people who raise their children to be in gangs, right? That's a problem.
That's not a mutually exclusive problem of the black race either, by the way.
I'm not saying it's mutually exclusive. There's many people do it. But what I'm saying is there's a difference between a gang member, like, I'll give you an example, like Melvin Farmer. Right. Okay. So I had a conversation with Melvin Farmer, and I asked him a real question. I said, do you believe, because I asked him, do you think gangs need to be over? He said no. I said, is the reason that you feel gangs don't need to be done away with because is your reasoning for that if we do away with gangs, you lose your importance? See? A lot of people hold on to gangbanging because if gangbanging were to be done away with, they would just be regular people.
But I mean,
especially the OG.
But here's the thing:
especially the OG.
Inherently, in their inception, gangs were created as a means to protect the community.
Hell no.
Absolutely.
Hell no.
From racist outsiders.
No.
Don't say hell no.
No,
no.
So I'm a historian.
Community revolution.
That was later.
Community revolution in progress.
You got it right. But everything,
shout out to the Panthers.
Exactly. From the Panthers was a gang, but we hear us all about
the Panthers were a political party.
That they was a
AKA
gang.
A gang.
They was moving together.
Political
as a gang.
party.
They wore certain jackets. They represented certain things. They was a gang. Maybe their movement and their goals was different about the way they moved about it. They still was a gang. We don't hear too much flack about the cartels when they whack niggas every motherfucking day. You don't speak on none of that.
Me?
Anybody in general. Niggas don't say get rid of the police force because they're out here smacking niggas. They're another form of a gang. The Army, the Navy, it's just different aspects and goals about how you going about it. That's what needs to change the trajectory of where it's headed. No, most gang members don't have no end game. Most gang members don't have no goal or no foresight to see where this is gonna get you. And some niggas don't give a But that's the biggest problem with gangs. Gangs ain't just the sole problem of where we at. Like we just said earlier, when black people come together on some positive or some different shit, is the forces that's unseen still come after niggas at the end of the day.
I would encourage y'all, if you haven't, to watch a documentary called The Bastards Parties about the creation of the Crips and Bloods.
Everybody.
That's for all of them. I know y'all might could have seen that, but yeah. Because it pretty much substantiates everything that this guy just said and everything that I said.
I said this on another podcast. I don't remember which one. It might have been this one. But I said that 600, the dude who everybody's calling a snitch and he's the police and all that. I said I had a lot of respect for 600.
I'm sure you do.
Because, no, what people don't realize with the big U and 600 shit is that 600 is kind of like, he's the evolution of the gang member in the sense of like white gangs were once in the streets fighting with each other, killing each other. You saw the movie.
Gangs of New York. Gangs of New York.
Well, eventually those gangs, they went into the police force. They went into the fire department. They went into the unions. They basically went legit to a certain extent. The black gangs have to go through that same evolution. They have to find something else that kind of keeps the spirit of gangs alive, but it channels it into something that's beneficial to society.
Like hip hop,
like 600 being a cop,
like gangster rap music though.
Hell no. Like 600 being a cop, like y'all say, or campus police or whatever.
So are you for gangs or against gangs?
I am.
He's against gangs.
I am against.
Okay, so you're against gangs. Are you for gangs?
I'm for gangs. If we're gonna make it as base of a comment as that,
yeah, you're not in a gang.
So are you saying he's a hypocrite?
It doesn't matter. Like
by being cool with us?
Yeah, he's a huge hypocrite.
Okay.
He's a huge hypocrite.
How?
Because like it's just like when Conrad was here, you were terrified. You wanted to suck him off. You feel me? Like you didn't want to like actually push back at any of his points. And it's almost like you were doing it in a demeaning way. You're like
so
playing.
I was glazing him, but I was demeaning him at the same time.
Let's come from blood.
This nigga Lux makes no sense. He just said I was glazing him, then said I was demeaning him.
Let him finish his point.
Because you were playing with him like kid gloves. With kid gloves, you're like, I was about to interject, just be like, no, let him finish. Let him finish. Like it's a baby taking his first steps. Oh, let him walk across the room. And then afterwards, you want to be like, oh, of course. Like what'd you say in your super chat? Why would I fucking take Conrad seriously? He's whacked out of his mind on drugs.
Well, for one, I never said why would I take him seriously.
That's essentially what
I
you
said. He was so high he could barely talk, and I could barely hear him. So
oddly enough, he made the most coherent points out of any of us.
To you, I see that. Birds of a feather. But the thing is, I was just telling you to wait so I could actually hear what he was saying because he was talking kind of low. Glazing him, I don't even know George like that. His name is George, I think. But I don't even know George. What's funny is after I was done with that, my homie called me like, man, I do that dude forever. It ain't about glazing. These people are big mythical figures to you. To me, they're just
How's he a big
people.
mythical figure?
Well, you was talking about I was scared of him. He must be something if you think I was scared of him because that's crazy.
No, I was just like feeling your aura.
Why would I be scared of someone who's high?
Because how come you didn't have this energy talking about gangs or paramount of the destruction of the black community?
If he would have came in talking like he was talking, I would have said the same thing. Bro was barely getting his words out, so I was just like, and he ended up agreeing with me on a lot of shit.
He did not agree.
Yes, he did. Like when he said, we reached the point where ain't nobody holding black people down. It's just if you want to put the work in, you could do whatever you want. That was an agreement.
Can you contextualize that?
That's literally what he said.
No, but can you contextualize? I don't get what that means.
The fact that a lot of black people play the victim. Oh, the man's holding me down and I can't move forward because the man, Conrad basically threw that shit all the way out the window. He sat right here and said that. Ain't nobody holding black people down. You got to put in the work. You got to do it. And I actually respected that about him. I said, okay, bro. I said, despite bro trying to defend the gang shit, at the end of the day, he knows reality. And that's what you're going to find with most gang members and most people who defend gang shit. At the end of the day, they like, when the rubber be thrown, they're like, nah, man, this shit ain't really stopping a nigga from doing anything.
Yeah, I think gangs are actually needed.
U.S. General from Harbor Freight provides high quality and advanced features at a fraction of the price. From roll cabs, carts, and accessories to tool organizers and part trays. Designed for everyone from the weekend mechanic to the accomplished technician. Integrated power, hundreds of combinations, backward compatibility, and customization. Available only at Harbor Freight.
First, check Kayak to search hundreds of travel sites at once and compare hotel prices to find a great deal.
Just not the way we're gang banging.
Correct.
Like bro said, everything is a gang. No matter you want to look at it that way or not, if you're a Christian, you're part of the Christian gang.
A football team.
If you're a Democrat, you're part of the Democratic gang. They just call it the Democratic Party, but it's a gang. The gangs out here, they have no end game. That's what black people need, an end game. A positive end game that's going to lead to success. Then we all bang that. But every time we start those gangs, what happens?
Infighting.
Interfere.
A different gang comes, interferes, tears it down, and we back to square one.
COINTELPRO, the police, etc.
But is that not what I just said about the evolution? The gangs need to evolve. That would be the end game. We need to find the positive. And if you look like the Hells Angels, they ain't running around here fucking people up no more.
Hell yeah, they are.
Well, there's still that element.
For sure.
Hell yeah, they are.
Nigga just got indicted a few years ago.
They all just kept it solid.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is,
big shit.
And you make it sound so easy, like it don't play a difference of being black trying to get accepted in somebody's police force versus a KKK member, ex-KKK member going to sign up and getting in those spaces. It's not going to be the same for niggas as it would be for them.
Any situation, bro, if you go to places like Atlanta, Mississippi, Tennessee, all those places, there's whole cities where damn near the whole police force is black. So
those are in predominantly black areas as well.
But guess what? Black people can go to predominantly black areas. They can enter into the political situation there.
Absolutely.
So what I'm saying is the same thing like what Viral just said. It has to evolve out of what it is now. But I believe what's stifling the black gangs evolution is people like you sitting up.
Yeah, I'm the reason why there's gangs are killing each other.
Yeah. People like people like you who don't want the gang culture to change because you are entertained by it and you have gotten to the point where you identify with
I never said
industry.
I never said that gangs don't need to change. What I said is that in their core essence, gangs are not inherently detrimental to the black community.
They really are.
In fact,
they really are.
The reason why they started was a mechanism of community, of brotherhood, and of combating racist white gangs. Because if you know, South LA was a predominantly white region, right?
Right.
Compton, Watts, all predominantly white cities, right? Right. Black people started, black people were allowed to buy land over there. You feel me? They started inhabiting these areas.
We made it so bad, all the white people had to move.
Well, you know
made
about
it so bad. You made it bad showing up and being black.
Yeah,
they wanted to get up out of it.
So you know, y'all know what the fuck white flight is. Y'all know what white flight is, obviously. But before it got to that point, all the whites in those areas, predominantly like Inglewood, Linwood, all these different areas, wood. You notice that reoccurring theme in all their names. You feel me? Crazy, right? They tried to. They was bullying black people. They said you can't be outside past a certain time. Blah da 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 da. And that is the formation of gangs.
Shit, guess what? They should have bullied their ass. Maybe the areas would still be nice if they would have kept enforcing that shit. He's wild.
He's wild. Hold on.
This is why the ruckus is coming
Oh God, this is ruckus. Y'all keep calling him Brandon's Uncle
Ruckus.
Listen, you made a great point about black people legitimizing what we're doing as far as going into the police forces, becoming judges, becoming lawyers. But you got to add nuance to that too, because it's just not that easy. If you don't change the culture of the system that we join in, it doesn't matter. I could be black and join those systems, but guess what? Those systems rules were built off of what?
But numbers change.
Hold on. I know, I get it, but they were built off of what?
I mean, racism? Yeah, racism.
Racism, white supremacy, right? So I'm a part of that system still. We've seen examples of that where judges did things that wasn't in favor of that and they were taken off of cases. Where cops did things that wasn't in favor of that and they were taken off cases or suspended or given death duty. So until we address those issues, just joining it is not enough. That's only half the battle. But what about the culture that's already in place?
But what about the culture of systemic oppression?
Because you named like Atlanta and all these predominantly black places that usually those places, they grew up with their cops. Like a lot of them be from their neighborhoods. You see them out there playing with each other and they actually know these people. When you come to cities out here, they go grab a cop that don't know nothing about LA gangs or Long Beach gangs or nothing like that. Bring them in here to enforce a certain way. They don't come here to protect and serve nobody. Police don't do nothing but react out here. This is why don't nothing change anyway. So even that being in the stance, they're never going to let you migrate and accept you as one of them.
And for the record, Atlanta is no longer predominantly black. The article just came out. It is no longer predominantly black. It's been infiltrated. It's been taken over. People been moving. So y'all can look those stats up and fact check.
No, that's fact. But this is the same playbook. Like we said, you get a black city now. What do they want now? They see it's too many of them prospering over there. We need to infiltrate this, regardless of how you want to look at it.
But the thing is, Atlanta. There's a lot of places down south where there are police forces that are predominantly black. And also, you can go into different other police forces. My whole point is that you can't just say, oh, well, the police, you can't really judge the situation based on racism. You have to just look at the situation based on what's around you. If you flood the zone, you then change the culture. I'll give you a prime example. Look it, before it used to be illegal to set up burrito stands on the corner. The police will literally come and snatch all your shit. You remember when we was younger? They'll snatch all your shit. Do you got a license? Do you got this?
I mean,
do
they
you got
still
that?
do that.
Man, listen. Now it's to the point where certain cities are giving these niggas equipment. They made it super easy to get a license. You know why? Because once that group of people, Mexicans, became such a large population, they're the majority now.
I mean, wasn't this their land at some point?
I'm not talking about that.
I'm just saying.
Once they became the majority again, let's say that again, because it was their land, they sold it to us. Once they became the majority again, they were able to what? Change the culture.
It's crazy you say us like an American, but then you want to switch, like oscillate between American and Pan-African depending on the talking point. Whatever confirms your ideology. Like what the brother.
I'm a wait a minute.
Also, I'll say this.
Wait a minute.
What's up with your separatist ideology? I want to say, I have a question for you.
We've already proved that I'm not a separatist.
No, but do you think that your ideology is peppered by the fact that you're from the most racially contentious part of Southern California?
No, I'm going back to your first thing, then I'll address that. So I am a Pan-African person. Genetically, ethnically, I am an African. Nationally, I am, nationalistically, I am an American. I am American national.
So you're pro-American, but you don't believe that it's in black people's best interest to even be here.
No, I didn't say it's. You didn't listen to me before.
But don't you own property in Africa, don't you?
Yes, I do. Why would I be anti-American when I am an American? That's my nationality. So I can be both. I can be a Pan-African and be an American citizen. That's what I am.
But isn't it kind of contradictive to be pro-black and to the extent that you are and represent the nation that enslaved your people?
But how am I representing?
Built on the backs of slavery? Make it make sense, player.
That should make me even more proud to be an American. If we built this bitch, I'm taking ownership. That's like saying you built a house and then be like, so many bad things happen in the house, I'm gonna just give it to somebody else. No,
it just seems like you switch your argument up when it's convenient and your ideology.
No, the thing is, black people are not monolithic. Black people can have different opinions.
But you said black people were the most monolithic people in the world.
No.
Like, you fucking switch. Oh, this is the biggest. Brandon, you're a smart dude, but you be fucking yourself up, bro, because you contradict yourself all the time.
I'm not contradicting myself.
Hold on. Give an example.
He literally said 2 podcasts we did ago. I think it was the news 2 or 3 pods ago. He said black people are the most monolithic people in the entire world. Now he just said black people are not monolithic. Houseway.
So what I'm telling you is black people in ignorance are monolithic. Our thinking and some people.
So just the negative aspects of black culture.
And we are monolithic in a negative way, but. When I'm saying monolithic, when I say we are not monolithic in a positive way, meaning black people can have different opinions. But if you talk to black people, like say something like hip hop is black culture, right? The average black person is going to be like, yeah. But in reality, a smart black person will be like, no, hip hop is a genre of music.
Started by black people.
It's black culture. First of all, it's a subculture.
It's black culture. Hip hop is black culture.
But
it's a subculture.
When you think of hip hop, what do you think of?
There's black people who don't even listen to hip hop.
Make it black culture.
When you think of hip hop, what do you think of?
I think of hip hop is not black. Hip hop is not the definition of black culture. That's what people are arguing.
Yeah, but
a lot of black people
you just changed
think
what
that.
you said. That's
I'm not. A lot of black. I'm trying to explain it to you. A lot of black people think hip hop is black culture. Like that's what that's the definition of black culture entirety, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, that's stupid to think like that.
Of course.
But there are a lot of black people who think like that.
So when people tell you like you eat like black people like chicken or watermelon, what do the people attach that to?
They attach that to racism because that's a racist
But
statement.
is it more that black culture? So when you think of hip hop, you think more of a black people. The same way if I think of a damn taco or burrito, I'm gonna think of Mexicans.
100% mariachi music.
But that's not the entirety of their culture. No. What I'm saying is to debug what you're saying low key, we're gonna say that's Hispanic or Mexican culture, even though we know that's not the entirety of their culture.
But
they got that shit from somewhere.
But hip hop is
the biggest problem I have with what you said is hip hop is not just a genre of music.
Hip hop is a subculture. It has become a subculture within black culture.
Correct.
It is not the epitome of black culture.
No,
for sure.
But there's been like, it's one of the most successful genres of music. It is the #1 genre of music in the world. It was created by black people and has provided black people.
It's the #1 genre of music in the world.
It is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
What's #1?
Yes, it is.
I think pop music is the
Nah, look it up.
You look it up.
All right, bro. But
hey, Donnie, can I get an unbiased? What is the
hold on? What are we judging by being #1?
#1 most popular genre of music.
Hip hop is.
Hip hop is #1 for sure.
No.
Hip hop is #1 by
What's the
far.
most influential genre?
Not influential.
Okay. Sorry.
Popular.
Sorry. Okay. What is the most popular genre of music in the world?
No, it's hip hop.
It's not hip hop.
It's hip hop by far.
No, it's not.
For sure, it's hip hop.
Hip hop don't even got the most views on YouTube.
Number 1 pop, number 2 hip hop rap.
What? This debate is over.
Hold on, what is it judging by? Is it judging by album sales and views, or is it judging by influence?
Yeah, so okay. This is also like a very.
Can we acknowledge, Donnie, that I was right?
Yeah, what ChatGPT says hip hop.
Exactly.
There's nobody in Africa trying to be a pop star.
No, there's real music in Africa.
But of course you use ChatGPT and say popular and pop is going to throw that in there.
No.
Yes.
If you go to every region of the earth, they emulate American hip hop culture. They're not emulating pop culture.
To be fair, it is hip hop.
I said no.
You asked him and he gave you the answer.
He gave you the facts. He did his and he gave answers too. No.
But also pop, you can't say is a single solitary genre because that has a different meaning in every country, and every country is a different idea of what pop music
is
means.
very distinct from hip hop. And
actually, most pop music
popular.
contains, but most pop music nowadays contains elements of hip hop.
Nowadays,
Sure. Yeah.
But even like Michael Jackson, he was like a pop artist.
Right.
He was.
He's the king of pop.
He's the king of pop.
Again,
popular.
Yeah, that's what pop means.
Exactly.
Popular.
Pop music.
But Michael Jackson was heavily influenced by hip hop, R&B, New Jack Swing,
Listen, hip
disco,
hop is not at the
soul,
top
all
of
different black
any-
genres.
Hip hop is not at the top of any global music charting system.
Well, that's not true. There's a rap music artist that's number 1 in several different countries. I mean, first of all, there is a time when
internationally
Drake was number 1 in multiple countries at the same time,
countries
on multiple
But
charts.
as soon as you put him in the world music charts, he's not even in the top 5.
That's not true also. But here's the main thing.
Look it up right now, world music charts.
Currently, it's a slightly different landscape. However,
it's been that way for a long time.
But there's been times where hip hop and hip hop artists were number 1.
They got close. They never were number 1.
Problem is pop isn't a genre.
Exactly.
It's argued, but
pop is a genre.
Pop is not a fixed sense.
Nah, that's facts because you can say Drake is transcended to pop.
Pop is not. Pop is 100% a genre. We just said Michael Jackson was the king of pop, so it has
king
to be
of popular, like he said. We're counting Michael Jackson. You're going to count Michael Jackson as a singer. If you have to break it down to context, you're going to count Drake as a rapper / singer, but he's still popular.
Yes, but pop is the number 1 most popular genre of music, and it has been on top of the charts over hip hop for decades.
Okay, so charts. Let's take the charts out of it. Out of influence, which one would be more influential to you?
Probably
by a significant margin. You know the answer.
Hip-hop would be pretty
So if I go around the world and I see almost every culture in the world emulating Black American hip hop culture, I'm gonna assume that's more popular than pop music, even though they might be streaming pop music more.
They like those people will be emulating hip hop and also emulating popular culture.
Okay, so would you
doing both?
Is there a single genre of music in the world that's created more wealth, opulence, and prosperity for Black people than hip hop?
No.
Okay.
No, of course not.
Okay. So would you say that
is there a genre of music that has led to more death in the Black community than hip hop?
I would probably give you the same answer.
Okay,
I'll probably give you the same answer.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what makes. So would you say that hip hop is a destructive force for the Black community?
It's a destructive force.
How so?
Because it's just been the problem with hip hop is there was no true gatekeeping. There was no real gatekeeping around hip hop.
What does that mean?
That means the dudes who are the progenitors of hip hop, the dudes who are the pioneers of hip hop, they allowed it to be infiltrated by the negative people who were bringing in negative elements. Like every rapper who is not a drill rapper should be speaking out against drill rap. Why? Because, or especially artists who do drill rap and then go out and live what they rap about in drill rap, or encourage people. Like I got the little kid saying, I want people to slide to my music. That guy should automatically be ostracized from the hip hop community.
Well, yeah, it's like straight like genocide agenda.
That's genocide, yeah.
I don't disagree with that.
So do you agree that you agree with what he's saying, hip hop is negative for the community?
No, I don't believe that hip hop is negative for the community at all. I think in its extremity, when you talk about things like drill music, it's difficult to find the silver lining outside of the fact that you look at certain examples of individuals. I'll just use Chief Keef as an example. I'll use G Herbo as another example. These are two guys that came from the impoverished inner city of Chicago and were making really negative music that was perpetuating violence. However, they then transcended it, removed themselves from that area, stopped making music that was pushing those specific agendas,
and they immediately became way less popular.
Well, not
but do y'all think Chicago would be as highlighted if they never spoke about the stuff in their music?
Absolutely not.
Because them kids still had to live that life before they even got into doing drill music.
Absolutely not. Nobody cared about Chicago in a hip hop landscape at that point. There was literally Kanye West. There was Common. There was the Brats. You feel me? Bump J,
and stuff.
Lupe.
Yeah.
And that's a great
and that
starting
shit
roster.
wasn't really happening back then.
But there wasn't like a movement for Chicago. There's way less outlets for young, poor black artists to get recognized on a national scale and transcend their region. So drill music was helpful in that regard. It was the people that wound up falling victim to the propaganda and the negativity and kind of got lost in the sauce of the message that didn't transcend
So
it.
is it safe to say this is one of those arguments where two things could be right at the same time? Because if you look at the inception of hip hop, it started based off positivity. It started at bucking the system. It started at knowledge of self and fight the powers that be.
Right.
Once they monopolized hip hop and started to make money off of hip hop, and then started to invest in private prisons, then using the drill music and the gangster rap to usher us into those private prisons to make money, that's where the negative aspect comes from it. But then on the flip side, you can't take the positivity out of it.
But that's what I'm saying. The people were the pioneers of hip hop. That's why I say it's negative, because they allowed their genre, their music that they created, the music that they popularized, the genre that they put on the map, they allowed it to be turned into something that became a negative a tool of basically destruction within the community. They did not speak up. And you want me to tell you this? Those rappers, they literally will just co-sign anybody. Like, it don't matter if the rapper's gay or not, that I have a problem with gay people, but like if it's the drill rapper or whatever, they just, you give me a check, yeah, this dude is next up. It's like a whole culture. Like, whoever got the money, I'm gonna co-sign it. At that point, it's now no longer in your control. You're totally capable of being bought out, and it's negative. It needs to be torn down and rebuilt to something better.
So who infiltrated, and whose fault is it that hip hop wound up going in that direction? And what would you say was like the turning point around what year?
I would say the record labels had a lot to do with it. Where they were promoting and marketing shit that was speaking about negative things, killing and all that, drug use, right? And we just didn't keep ownership of any of it. So it's not even who entered it. It is black people who mishandled it.
What year did NWA come out? I would say
87.
I would say that's the turning point.
Yeah, and so they're for like straight out of Compton, I believe 88 is like the actual, but like really they came out in 87. I want to say Dope Man by Ice Cube dropped in 86, 87.
But that's when gangster rap really caught the steam and really.
So the first gangster rap group artist ever is Schoolie D from Philadelphia, and then there's a group called 3 Times Dope, and then Ice-T, who's actually from New Jersey, but came out in LA in 83, 6 in the morning. A lot of people credit as
he made the right move. But what I'm saying, I want to say this: I wouldn't even say NWA was like the turning point, because NWA was very much about maintaining control,
100%,
retaining control of their intellectual property or IP.
I think Cube was the only one.
Cube, but then Eazy-E started his own record label.
Eazy was an entrepreneur, straight up.
Eazy-E, people don't know this, but the Jewish guy who was like over that, Eazy-E had a very lucrative contract with him.
Oh yeah. Him and Jerry. Him and Jerry
was fucking the rest of his people off the same.
Exactly. Right. But the thing I'm saying,
and whose fault was that?
Well, that's their fault because they didn't read their contracts. But this
it's also kind of easy for being janky.
But think about this. But Eazy-E at least had the awareness to maintain a controlling interest in what was going on. After Eazy died, and then Ice Cube, he was always about controlling his stuff. It just became this like I'm going to sell my soul for a couple $100,000 and you do whatever you want to with this music. You can only blame us.
And then Ice Cube started doing movies about like being like a dad and a cop and all that.
At the end of the day, the onus is on us for selling it. But at the same time, you still got to look at, okay, if I'm dead broke in the fucking projects, ducking bullets, moms can barely make ends meet. Jewish guy shows up with a check, or whatever race guy owns the record company shows up with a check. I'm taking the check. Most of them never seen a contract in their life. So it is more nuanced to the situation. Then when you look at I believe it was Bone Thugs, they talked about the secret meeting in '94.
Yeah.
Where they was talking about the private prisons and the record companies actually investing into them.
Yeah.
Then you start to see the landscape of the music change to just drill, kill, and that's all we giving the checks to.
Facts. But you guys understand that it's not just black artists that have been by. It's literally artists in general have been by the industry from day one. But y'all realize that this isn't a mutually exclusive problem by the Jews. Y'all know that Berry Gordy.
We never said that. You brought that up.
No, I'm
it's
just
4 o'clock, by the way.
Yeah. We got 15 more minutes.
Nah, hell no. You said you had a hard start. Stop at 4.
I said 4:15.
Y'all said fuck all the time. I'm here trying to read the topic.
Hey, if you are Lush's girlfriend, just know that we literally told him to come do whatever he had to do for you. And he talking about he got 15 more minutes.
I got 10 more minutes. But if you want to wrap it up, we
blaze his ass.
But I will say this.
You said you ain't done.
You got something to do. I ain't trying. We got a million here.
You waving the white flag?
If y'all hire me at No Jumper, you could talk to me every day about this nonsense.
Nonsense? I think I smoked your boots, frankly, to be honest. Like
you lost, Lush.
I think I smoked your boots. What do you guys think?
I think both of y'all made good points, and I think both of y'all missed some points. But so I can't say neither one of y'all smoked each other because the topics low key bounced around. Y'all never really stayed on
the biggest W
any
you took,
topic.
I'll give you like the biggest W you took because I didn't have a clear response to you being an FBA.
Oh,
and
Nah, he smoked you on that.
Yeah, you.
He been Pan-African.
Yeah, so you got me on that point. You feel me? I was really trying to get you to turn.
But that's the thing.
But I do feel like you'll switch your agendas and your ideology for a conversation for the convenience of your argument. I mean, we've seen you do it 3 times a day.
I'm fully invested in Pan-Africanism.
Why do you think he's an agent though? Like, are you saying he's coming here and switching up his whole who he is as a creator to fit in?
No, I don't think he. I think his presence over here is the same thing he did in the FBA movement.
No, let me say this. The reason you know that that's not true is because I be on they pod. I argue with them.
Yeah.
The difference is they're mature. Suspect is immature. So he's jumping at it because he's a loser. They are accomplished men. This is a man-child. So because he reacted the way he did and then subsequently I reacted the way I did, you guys are like, he has an agenda. No, I'm just dealing with a child right here.
I don't think the suspect thing has anything to do with
That's what started this stop. That's what started everything.
But okay, so am I childish? Am I able to debate you?
You got some you got some childhood trauma.
Hey, let's do the answer to that before we even ask the question.
Even you would admit on some things you are immature about.
Of course.
Okay.
But do I?
But you are also mature enough to come back, sit down with me, let's have a discussion.
Yeah.
You're not like, whenever he's there, don't have me there because I'm scared.
I'm not PCing up for anybody in this month. And
So you're admitting suspects in PC.
Both of y'all are. You guys are separated. You guys are separated from each other.
Just a minute. No, I'm separated. I asked to be on that show.
Somebody rolled it up.
The other day. The other day, I got the text right now in my phone. I told Adam, you should put me on the news at 12. Adam said, "Oh, I can't have you in there with suspect unless I get his permission."
I would like you.
So who rolled it up? Who rolled it up?
I didn't see him roll it up.
Who rolled it up?
I would like to
Adam
see y'all.
just told me.
I would like to see y'all have a debate of this nature that I moderate.
Listen, suspect could sit right there. I will come sit in this chair. I won't even touch him. Here's the thing. You know like I know. The minute we say something suspect doesn't like, just like Donnie knows, the minute we say something suspect doesn't like, what is he going to do, Donnie? You got a mic right there. What is he going to do, Donnie?
Don't worry. But yeah, I mean, he just...
He gonna start flipping out.
So the reason
he's
why
not gonna, he's gonna be incoherent.
I don't give a about what you and bro got going on.
No, that's cool. But what I'm telling you is that's the difference. We can all sit here like, man, you could say something I don't like.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't agree with that, but I'm not gonna go crazy. This guy just be exploding.
Well, yeah. I mean,
well, yeah, shit.
I would say, but also I feel like you tried to use tactics to bait, bro. You feel me? You tried to do some shit because like when you're going against what's the retard's name that you debated last week? You feel me? That fucking J-Cat. Dudes like that.
The white guy?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You feel me? Like
he was for sure.
That fool's a fucking socially inept moron.
So
you feel me?
Let me ask you one question.
Yeah.
If I baited Sus, why did I ask him the question off camera? Baiting would have been done on camera.
No. It was right before the camera went on. And
I didn't know that.
Look. Here's the thing. Yeah, you did. You know what time the show starts.
Jump in, nigga. Hey, look, hold on, because I'm gonna keep it real, bro.
Yeah.
You get a PC version of him here. I think he's trying to acclimate to the culture here. This nigga's way worse on our team.
I want to see
get
worse.
We get the full uncut, where we be wanting to strangle this nigga.
I want uncircumcised.
So when I watch him here, and they're like, "Oh my God, he's a rookie," I was like, "What? This nigga's PC over here."
Yeah. No,
this nigga, bro.
I be chilling over here.
He be chilling over here.
You can bring Josh and ask him. And even Josh said, I don't think Brandon meant anything by it. He was just asking because I honestly thought I misheard him.
No, but you also know, like, look, you're used to debating with like the Nick Fuentes arc of motherfuckers, right? You're and you know the number one talking point that these racist white people have to say is, "Oh, black men have poor impulse control." Da 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 da.
And Suspect proved shit like that.
Boom! But you like wanted him to prove it.
No, I did not.
You
I
wanted
didn't even
him.
know
You did
him.
it on purpose.
I didn't even know
to
about,
try to like
listen.
to try to be like, look at these guys over here. No jumper.
No.
Is supporting the low vibrational type of black man. Blah blah blah.
I've been on no jumper several times.
Let's get Suspect here. Let's get Brandon here.
Yeah.
And let them hash it out.
We could do that.
Let them debate it out.
That, are you down for a part two? Because we barely even scratched the surface.
Suspect? I'll bring.
No,
listen,
I want me review part two.
No, these dudes will guarantee peace. They'll make sure that happens.
I'm with that.
And we put Suspect and you on this side, and me and Viral and Messiah on this side.
That's cool.
I'll do it.
I'm with that.
That's my only.
I'm with that because I'll smoke all three of you guys if it comes down to it.
Yeah.
And
then if
you know
Suspect
you don't want no smoke this way.
No.
That's why let's just stay on. Hey, this is why let's just stay on one topic. Don't let him fool you. He didn't stay on one topic because he felt like he knew he was gonna get cooked.
No.
He was bouncing around. Hey, that's why he didn't want to go down that topic.
That
nigga looked.
No, we should have. Here's the thing, because Brandon has a tendency to do filibusters, aka talk, make 17 points, not even refute the first one you said, and by the time it's your turn to respond, everybody's falling asleep.
Did I do that to him?
But you should be able to
game points are so boring.
That's why every shot you threw at him, he just brushed it off because he knew it was bullshit. It was like it was nothing really. It was nothing. There was no grounds right there to stand up.
It was
just
baseless.
come at the wall, hoping something to say.
Yeah. Me and Suns first, y'all three.
Hey, we gonna smoke y'all niggas. Hey, one question before we go.
Go melt down all the way.
Because I gotta know. The dude he debated last week was a idiot. What's your view on Nick Fuentes?
He's an idiot too.
Okay.
But
I'm gonna tip my hat to that.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Are you saying he's unintelligent? Or he's an idiot because you don't agree with him?
I agree with him. Nothing he says. Nick Fuentes, he's a bitch. Him as a staff,
I agree.
record label, and a motherfucking crew.
I don't agree with that.
There is no except. I know you guys both can suck Republican 24/7.
I think he's an articulate idiot. He's a grifter.
Yes, thank you.
He's a race baiter.
Yes,
he just says shit about black people.
He has significantly more information. And like this dude that you were debating, he's clearly like a Twitter baby that doesn't even know I have proper social interaction skills.
So do you feel like I filibustered today, or I did?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, not at all. I think this was a fair conversation.
You still got your ass whooped.
I smoke shit. We know what's up. You trick. You got yourself in a trick bag like 3 times.
Right.
W's in the chat for less. You know.
W's in the chat. It's crazy.
But
he on the suspect shit.
But
now.
I will say, you feel me? That shit was dope. You feel me? I fuck with you.
Okay.
And I fuck with your mind.
We jumping your ass next time.
No, I'm gonna need that from all 3 of you.
Because I was being unbiased today. We come back, we smoking shit.
I think that you guys. I think that these guys know that I won, and they was on my side until it was 3 against 2, and then all of a sudden it became a Long Beach versus LA.
No, I was on his bumper about more shit
exactly.
than you.
He was on my side. That's what I'm saying. We know the truth. We know the truth.
You got to add nuance to these conversations because you can't just make blanket statements without giving the background to what you're saying.
I thought you had the video loaded up like you was finna show something. You know, he like,
no, I do got videos loaded up. I just don't want to get us copyright strict. Yeah, dig.
Good that's good podcasting right there.
But with that being said, there's we're done. But next time, one of the primary topics I'd like to discuss with you is anti-Semitism. With that being said, Lush vs. Brandon show coming soon to No Jumper.
Hey, shout out to everybody out there in the chat, man. Mr. Viral himself, man. Viral Way Podcast. Y'all know what's going on. Shout out to Adam, cuz.
You feel me?
Oh, hey guys, listen, Defiant with Brandon Tucker.
Deviant Brandon.
Next time I'm gonna show up with Louis Farrakhan. Since he wants to talk about it,
and we know the downest white boy, the downest white boy in this motherfucker. I need one. And what's the newspaper called?
White, you're like
I'm everything. I'm whatever you are. Whatever race you are.
No, he's Italian.
Yeah,
that's why the black sheep. They like, man.